Alright, let's roll.
I know where Kizuna is.
What?
How could this happen? Damn it. Damn it. I was so close to finally
I
forgetting.
didn't understand a single thing, Bane. Alright, he went crazy last time. Omega crazy. Martial art are you good at? Systema. Is it true you can breathe a certain way to not feel pain?
Boss feels a lot more like Mizuki's parent than Date does.
Agree.
If I ever get fired, maybe I'll go work at some fish pocket.
I am not certain that would turn out well.
Why? Why? And why does it sound louder than yesterday? It's like the volume is always changing. No, whatever.
Yay! It's dress-up time! Looks better than on Mizuki. Welcome home, Sea King. How about a pic together?
Now I'll just keep the default eyebrow off it. Right, yeah, we just got done talking with boss. And well, we're gonna go back to the stadium. What? She has a scooter? Alright. Doesn't get a fancy car or a limo. Just basic scooter. What the fuck is that? I said, what the fuck is that? That I'm seeing in the chat room. What? Why is Phil Snowman here?
The body's been taken away.
Phil Snowman, exactly. Yeah, that's his name. Why is Phil Snowman still here? And Phil Snowy? Why are they both still here? How have you not melted yet? It's almost summer. It didn't get the memo. Phil's Pumpkin Man, he never gets to stay this long. Unacceptable.
Of course. The winter cold may help, but the body would still naturally decompose if left unattended.
The winter cold? Oh, well, I guess it's the winter in this game. Maybe that's why he's still here. And I see you found one of the new emotes. A new DBD emote. By DBD themselves. Billy Nopers. I think that's also an Otter's version of it.
They also needed to perform an autopsy.
And yeah,
I
there
just
it
wish I
is.
could have examined it a little more.
Billy Nodders. Yep. Billy Nodders. It's 2016 DBD all over again. Yep. People still playing Billy. The Billy 24/7 playlist. What the hell? Looks like he's jamming out or something now. He's having a party.
Why not use my function?
What function?
This is not your first crime scene. You have done this many times before.
Oh, that!
Indeed.
But please do your thing.
At once.
What? Please do your thing, loading screen.
I am replaying the scene from when the body was found. I have scanned from edge to edge for this recreation.
I really can't get used to this. It's like going back in time. But I thought I remembered officers being around.
Oh, right. This would be your first time seeing the scene this way. When creating a VR space for an investigation, irrelevant information is not replicated.
Got it.
Now, let us begin. The point I am most curious about is
How the body was carried over there.
as I previously stated, no footprints were found at the scene. Let us focus our investigation on that fact first.
Virtual reality. Yeah, because there's not really a ceiling. Unlike in the studio. The bleachers are empty.
Hey, Aiba. How far is it from the corner of the seats to the middle of the center circle?
Approximately 190 to 220 feet.
Could the body have been thrown from the bleachers?
Pardon?
That would explain how the body got there with no footprints.
Hold on. There is so much wrong with that.
What do you mean?
Huh?
The record for the hammer throw is 284 feet.
The hammer is 16 pounds. The body in question is indeed cut in half, but it still must weigh more than that.
Maybe they used a catapult.
What?
So that is completely impossible. The state of the body excludes that possibility.
Hey, so you found another 2 new emotes. I baited. The thumbnail from yesterday's stream. He posted on Discord. I thought it was really funny. It looked like debated or something. It looked really goofy, so I wanted to turn it into an emote. Well, I didn't really know what to call it. I baited was the best I could come up with because it's kind of like debated. Looking up. It just looks like she's looking up and judging the post above you. She's judging the dog. See, now they're both looking up. Oh, wow, that's actually perfect. They're both looking up together at the post above. Both looking at the dog. Hey, it's that dog. That dog from IE4. Can't forget about the best version of Jabaited. Jabast. Yeah, she's looking at a picture of Snoop Dogg. Judging Snoop Dogg. Judging his smile. Soccer goal. The halfway line for soccer. The melted snow has wet the grass, but there's no footprints. I beat it. It's a display board showing lap times.
Every time I see this, it hits me that this is really Jin Furue. It's crazy that the other half of his body was found 6 years later.
The cause of death was the body becoming severed in two. He was cut at a molecular level, identical to the right half that was found 6 years ago. The culprit is most likely terror.
And no other damage to the body besides being cut in half, right?
None.
Nothing like falling from a great height?
Impossible. If that had happened, there would be signs of impact damage to the body.
The only wounds on the body are the cut itself.
His bone structure is standard. Nothing has been done to his face, nor his body.
So you're saying
There is no evidence of plastic surgery.
it's Jin for sure.
Didn't your face and body show no signs of plastic surgery? Everything is so bright now.
There's something in the grass.
It appears to be a screw.
The grass was so long you couldn't see it with the naked eye.
Screw in the halfway line.
What's this? Hey, look at the halfway line. It's hard to tell because of the white chalk, but
I see slight grooves in the ground with the X-ray mode. Is this a tire tread?
a bike maybe.
If that were the case, we would see evidence of 2 overlapping tire treads. But there is only the one.
What?
So, something with one wheel. This tire track. It looks familiar.
I don't have the line. Well, he rode in on a unicycle and then just dumped the body and rode back out on a unicycle. Interesting. What a goofy serial killer. What a sight. Riding in with a unicycle while carrying a corpse that's cut in half. Then neatly place him on the ground and then right back out like nothing happened. Fucking honestly impressive. High speed chase. The police appear to be chasing a man on a unicycle. They don't quite seem to know what to do with it. I don't think they've ever dealt with a situation like this before. Chasing a man on a unicycle. High speed chase.
The temperature is a little lower here. It's like something spilled.
This is related to specific heat capacity.
What's that?
Basically, it is how easily something heats up or cools down. Something that heats up and cools down easily has a low specific heat capacity.
So I have a low specific heat capacity.
You have the opposite. Anyway, as you can see, the melted snow has caused water to begin to cool. However, whatever liquid spilled here has a lower specific heat capacity than water, so you perceive it as being colder.
Any idea on what it could be?
Analysis complete. It is an oil used for lubricating machines.
Machine oil, huh?
It's for lubricating his unicycle. Obviously.
That should complete the investigation. Using the evidence we found, we can replay Terror's actions.
How did Terror move the body to where it was found? That's what we need to figure out.
Let us begin.
How was the body carried without leaving footprints?
We should consider how exactly it was carried.
The
How
unicycle.
the corpse ended up where it did.
Yes,
Teleportation dropped from above. How was the body carried over the soccer field? Only was the body at the cut
There was
itself.
no additional damage to the body. If it was dropped from above or thrown from somewhere, that wouldn't be the case.
correct. Now consider the lack of footprints.
There were no footprints. But we did find other prints, right?
What specifically?
This.
Right here, on the halfway line. You see the tire
Tire
track?
track.
Something with one wheel was used to carry the body.
Something with just one wheel made this track.
What was it?
I can't actually say unicycle. Oh my god. Pog. Is that actually what it is? Is that the solution?
Terror got on a unicycle and carried the body to
Yep,
the center
exactly.
circle.
What? Did he run away and join the circus? Is he an acrobat?
Yes.
Even if we go with your unicycle theory,
Screw in the halfway
how do you
line.
account for the screw
Oh.
and the machine oil?
Maybe Terror himself is a robot.
Oh, case
That would be
closed.
ridiculously high tech. Though, I suppose I'm ridiculously high tech.
Nah, I don't think it's a unicycle.
No.
Mizuki,
That would have been so funny though. If the unicycle was actually the solution. Oh yeah, wait, it's probably a robot. It's probably Shoma's robot. He has that one-wheeled robot.
I think it was a robot.
Screw in the halfway
The
line.
screw we found in the grass. And the machine oil? You have to think they're connected.
perhaps a one-wheeled robot. But we cannot conclude that it was a robot based on this evidence alone.
I guess not.
What if it was just a human? And he just
Those
left a
tire marks
screw
looked familiar.
to throw us off. And in the end, it is the unicycle. What the? She's flying.
Let us imagine it was a mono-wheel robot.
She has a
and
propeller.
it carried the body along the halfway line.
Yeah.
Let us begin recording.
Huh? Recording?
Okay, Miss Star in the Making. I am the director/cameraman, Aiba Kurosawa.
Kurosawa?
You don't know Kurosawa?
Oh, right! That guy.
I am going to start rolling soon, so please show me your best acting.
Hold on. I don't even know what this is.
No talking back to your director. You're an actress.
I'm a police officer.
That is basically the same thing. For both jobs, you need to show some skin.
Wait, what?
Neither job requires showing skin.
Enough worrying about the little details. You simply need to play the part of terror.
Why?
Let us begin. Ready? Action!
Jesus.
My name is Terror. 'Twas I who cut Jin in half. Now I shall carry this corpse to the center of the pitch.
Oh, this is some superb acting. So, how are you going to accomplish that?
Using this.
Hey, it is the one-wheeled robot.
I'll use this robot remotely and... This is hard.
No, he dropped the screw. What the fuck? And it's starting to
Looked
break.
dicey there, but I got it back. Whew. I did it.
Cut! Wonderful. Great acting.
Easy, give me an Oscar.
I especially liked the performance of your eyes. You have the eyes of someone who has actually killed a man before.
Can
Mm,
you
Wonka
not
W.
say that, please? Anyway, this robot.
It's Shomas. It says one-wheeled robot. He's terror. Case closed.
Aiba, you were thinking the same thing, huh?
Yes, I saw it before as well.
Shoma's one-wheeled robot.
Do you recall the grooves on that tire?
But it just can't be. Shoma can't be Terror.
What is he up to though
Despite
nowadays?
the circumstances, the possibility is not zero.
No way.
The best thing to do is confirm with him directly.
Where is Shoma?
Unknown.
Really?
I cannot locate his GPS signal. His smartphone is either off or somewhere with no reception.
So sending a Nile message is pointless too. Guess we have no choice but to look for him. Where could Shoma be?
Naturally, we should head to the Enda residence. There is also a high likelihood of him being at Ramen or Matsushita Diner.
I think I've seen him testing his robot at Yoyagi Park too.
While not directly related to Shoma, there are records of Jin Furue being hospitalized at Central Hospital.
Maybe we can ask about Jin too.
We should also head to Sekiba High.
That's where the second body in the HB case was found.
Where should we go first?
It's a grass field. At home. Oh no, don't mind. The second spot, that's his place. Guess we're going to the park first. She has a scooter. So goofy. When Neil has a limo he's driving around in. Oh, what's this?
Looks like Shoma isn't here.
Right.
Leon is here.
Huh? Isn't that...
Kizuna and Leon.
They might know where Shoma is. Let's go!
Yo, what the fuck
Hi, you
happened?
two. Big sis.
Oh, hey Mizuki.
He's still drinking. What munja topping do you like? Mochi. Carbs plus carbs. I guess she got injured after the explosion 6 years ago.
That machine shed isn't used anymore. It used to regulate the fountain pump.
Thanks, Aiba. I can't look at the vending machine? That's disappointing. As I like to chat, I get the feeling she's trying not to make eye contact. Oh, why is that? It's Leon. I first met him 6 years ago. He hasn't changed much. Damn, he's still look the same, still wearing the same outfit, and still drinking the same alcoholic-free beer. What are you doing here?
You can't tell?
I'm asking because I can't tell.
A young girl and a guy walking in a park together.
Multi-level marketing scheme?
What?
It's a date!
Oh, this was a date?
Awkward.
Well, I guess it's not that formal. We just came here for a change of pace, for Kizzy. This is our favorite spot, you know? We've been on a ton of dates here. It's practically our second home. Just a nice, relaxing spot for both of us.
Yeah, sure.
You still love Kizzy? What kind of question?
Of course! My feelings haven't changed a bit. If anything, they've gotten stronger. When I'm with Kizzy, my heart soars. It soars so high, I feel like I can burst through the stratosphere and beyond the galaxy. It's my dream to fly. I remember telling you. So it's like my dream comes true whenever I see Kizzy.
Wow. To be honest, you don't seem like the kind of guy who's into commitment.
I am. And as more proof, I'm working as a locksmith. Kizzy said she doesn't like an unemployed man after all. I want to make enough money to be able to support her.
About 6 years ago.
Sorry, I don't want to talk about it.
What are you doing here?
Oh, nothing in particular. I am just not feeling well today. And Leon was nice enough to invite me outside to get some fresh air.
I thought Kizzy was feeling a little down, so I called her, and sure enough, I told her, let's go to your favorite place.
You really understand her well, don't you? Are you spying on her with a wiretap or something?
No, don't be ridiculous. It's true that maybe I've stolen some things in the past, but I've never stolen someone's privacy.
About the wheelchair.
Huh? What is it, Big Sis?
Well,
Oh, the wheelchair? You do not have to worry. I am used to it by now. As you know, the injury I received to my spine 6 years ago caused my legs to stop working. I have been in a wheelchair ever since. I will not be able to dance anymore, like I used to. Dancing was the one thing that freed my heart. No more. But it would be inappropriate of me to complain. I was caught in an explosion, and yet I survived. It is a miracle that I am still alive.
Survived thanks
not
to the unit.
appreciate that fact would be a sin.
Jen.
Kizzy.
About 6 years ago.
6 years ago. Big sis.
Yep, I lost my left eye in the explosion. But I don't even worry about it anymore. I got a good partner.
Indeed.
Oh, is that a false eye?
Yeah, something like that. If anything, things have been even more lively for me.
You're damn right.
Oh, quiet.
Aww.
Lively, I see.
About the fountain.
Oh, I was just remembering about Big Sis. Not referring to you, of course, but
Oh, the one you lived with from 9 to 15, right?
yes. I used to come here with her often. I think it was summer, when I was 10 years old. I accidentally got my clothes dirty. It was my father's favorite imported outfit. I was scared that I was going to get scolded harshly by my father. I tried so hard to come up with a lie. Who could I blame? And as I was thinking, she pushed me into the fountain.
She what?
I was shocked, but then she jumped in after me. Let's do some laundry, she said.
Oh, like washing your clothes by playing in the water.
Yes, but she had another reason. As we splashed water on each other, I remember her saying, when you're feeling down, you should clean your heart. It was not only my clothes that needed cleaning, but also my heart. I was trying to find an excuse, or come up with a lie that would have been caught right away. But she, well, instead of coming up with a lie, she turned it into the truth. She even went beyond that and made it into something fun. It is not good to worry about things, to come up with lies. That was what she was trying to say, I am sure. We went home together, soaking wet and laughing. Father laughed with us. I was just lost in that memory.
How wholesome. You know, a Shomer is.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Damn.
Damn. You know a Shomer is.
No, I haven't seen him. What happened?
It's nothing. You don't need to worry about it.
Liam and
I need to
Shoma.
head home soon.
Liam and Shoma became friends after the incident 6 years ago. Mitsuki was the one who put them together. Shoma lost his father 6 years ago. Mitsuki thought it would be a good idea to usually into Shoma to cheer him up. Nowadays, they're almost like brothers, so it's hard to tell who the older one and who the younger one is. Man, that's fucked up. He still lost his father in this timeline, Shoma. Why can't he be alive? Why can't it be the good timeline? A wholesome timeline. Where Shomer and his dad became best friends in the end.
Huh? Already? We just got here.
I remembered that I have to do something.
Kizzy, what's wrong?
Why do you ask?
It seems like you're worked up about something.
I believe you are mistaken.
Oh.
Wait. Is it my fault?
What?
Do you not like being with me? Do you not like being seen with me?
Well,
Yes.
is that not how you feel about me?
What do you mean?
I am sure you know what I mean.
No, I don't. What are you saying?
Mizuki, you were right. Kizuna is acting strange. Why not wink sync with her?
Wink sync. People wink sync.
I know. Leon, you are only with me because You feel guilty. Your supposed feelings for me are just a farce. In truth, you feel nothing but guilt inside. Guilt for what happened 6 years ago. Needless to say, you did nothing wrong, Liam. But that is not how you see it. You believe it is your fault for how I ended up. That is why you stayed by my side. I am just a burden. Please, just leave me. I do not want to be the reason you ruined your life.
Kizzy.
She is assuming Leon's feelings come from a place of pity. What is it?
Can I wink sync into Leon too?
Consecutively? The battery usage is quite high. I could use a recharge. I have low power.
Come on, you can spare it.
Don't treat me like your allowance.
Can you please? I want to know Leon's true feelings.
I suppose. I will make an exception and use the emergency backup battery.
Thanks, Iba. Hey, hello there, my good Sir Jason. See you again. Good to see you again, my good sir. Sorry for coming in so long. It's all good. It's all good. Nothing to worry about. Good to have you back, though. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been doing well.
I'm sorry. Kizzy, I couldn't save you. I couldn't protect you. And because of that, you're... But that doesn't change how I feel about you. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I don't care about appearances. I don't care what happens. You and I, forever, forever, eternally.
Oh, he still loves her.
They really do care about each other. We need to tell them about how the other really feels.
How? Hey, I just read both your minds. And guess what?
Exactly.
Is that what you want to say? Not to mention, it is tactless to wedge yourself into other people's romances. This needs to be solved between them.
Iba, how old are you now?
I am turning 12 this year.
So that's like 65 in human years.
I'm not a dog.
What the fuck?
Anyway, I need to be going. Leon,
I'm not
thank
a
you
dog.
for today. But please, you do not need to care about me anymore.
But... Kizzy...
There she goes.
Unfortunate, but we are not relationship therapists. We have another job to do.
Find Shoma.
Shit, to the Gov man with the raid too. Appreciate the raid, Mr. Gov. How was the stream? We're up to some more Minecraft. But Gov got... Oh, got ill. No, that's not good. That's not good. Especially a few days before the new Star Wars. Oh, yeah, that's good. You to rest up. Rest up before it gets worse. So you said you've been good, you quit your job, maybe? Why'd you quit your job? What happened? Didn't like it anymore? Good to hear you've been good though. I've also been doing aight. Been doing aight. Oh, I see. You just got too far. Two people far. Oh good, oh good. That happens from time to time. Well, in that case, yeah, see you in a bit. When you're comfy in bed on the phone. I'm a thief who now works as a locksmith. His feelings for Kizuna hasn't changed. He still regrets for not being able to protect her 6 years ago. Dislikes the past. Anything Kissy dislikes. Model planes and spaceships. Thanks, Kissy. Oh, but also, I see you redeemed. Stay hydrated. I'll hydrate up for you. In that case, Jason. There you go. Took a few sips. Oh, you got a pretty good offer from the competition? Oh, well, yeah, in that case. If you got a better offer from them, and a bigger pay, then fuck yeah. Go work for them instead. Got a nice little increase. Yeah, well, in that case, that's good to hear then. Gonna earn that big money back now. Dislikes being a burden. Oh. Hobbies: reading fairy tales. Skills: reading fairy tales. She's caught an explosion that damaged her vertebrae, which left her unable to walk. She loved dancing, but she can't anymore. She will wear her favorite shoes and try to tap a beat. Oh. 1,000 euros more? Yeah, okay, that's a pretty big increase. A pretty good increase right there. Yeah, well, okay, now I see why you quit your other job. And got this new one. Always nice to earn a bit of extra money backs. Home office. I mean, what does that mean? You get to work from home too? It's pre-installed. Hey, nice. Very nice. So you get it ready for first day. Will you actually be able to play it at midnight? The Star Wars game? Because I saw something about like release times. And it's gonna be like 4 or 5 in the morning for you or something. The game unlocks. But yeah, home office does mean you get to work from home. Wait, that's fucking sick. Nice. That's always nice, being able to work from home. Don't have to, you know, go outside into the real world. I don't know, catch a bus or something, use public transport to get to work. Nice. Work from the comfort of your own home. That's some bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit weird that they're doing it like that. That it doesn't unlock at midnight locally for everyone. That it's a set time for everyone. Like a set time worldwide. It's usually only for like multiplayer games they do stuff like that. Like a set time worldwide. But I guess it's because they want people to play it at the same time. So that way you can't just travel to New Zealand and play it like 14 hours earlier before everyone else. Like people do with Resident Evil and stuff. Maybe that's why they have a set time. Oh god, this man is gonna be on the grandpa's sleep schedule. Gonna go to bed at like 7 p.m. Wake up bright and early, 3 in the morning, get breakfast, and then get ready for Star Wars at 4 in the morning. Nice. I mean, you could do that too, yeah. I don't know, that doesn't sound like a good idea though. Stay up till 4 in the morning. Might as well get some sleep in. You can.
Looks like Shoma isn't here.
Hey, Mizuki. What are you doing in the kotatsu?
Yeah, why are we sitting here?
Kotatsus are perfect on a cold day. They make you really sleepy.
You do realize this is breaking and entering.
It's fine. When I was here before, Shoma said I could just come in any time.
I believe that kind of sentimentality has worn off in the modern age. Anyway, let us search.
Yeah, let's look for oranges.
What?
No, the one-wheeled robot. We need to check if it was Shoma's robot that carried the corpse.
You already do that. I would stay up till 4 a.m. I guess that's true. So it won't be too much of a difference. Not that hard to do. How hot do you like your ramen? Steamed. Why am I playing AI again? It's a sequel. This is a sequel. This is not the one. There's not the same one we played last year. This is the sequel to the one we played last year. The one we played last year was just called AYAYA SOMNIUM Files. But this one is called AYAYA SOMNIUM Files nirvanA Initiative, so it's the sequel. It is the sequel. And well, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. Hey, it's all good.
It's Adda
It's all good, Jason.
He's the manager at the fried chicken shop that Adda works at.
That is a peculiar situation.
Oranges of robots in the fridge. All of this looks the same, just like it did 6 years ago. Just ask Chris to call. Yeah, then you'll be able to stay up, no problem. Stay up, no problem for Star Wars.
Alright, question time. A lion is tied up on a 10-foot chain. What is the area of grass the lion would eat?
Let me think. Approximately 314 square feet.
What?
The correct answer is 0 square feet. Lions don't eat grass.
But Lian eats grass sometimes.
What kind of little kid logic is that?
We beat the intelligent AI. Are you also looking forward to the Star Wars? Nice. You're also gonna stay up all night and play it at like 5 in the morning when it releases. Just like the Gov.
Hey, my name is Pennypan.
What the fuck?
Nice to meet you.
This thing talks?
Strange name, too.
Pennypan.
I finally found it! That must be the one-wheeled robot we were
Definitely.
looking for.
It has 2 legs. Oh, it's a picture of Mizuki.
You? There's a picture of Ame no Uzume on display.
It's said that she danced with her bare breasts swinging about to entrance Amaterasu.
Aiba, you should try it.
What?
Why would I do that?
No. I guess you don't have a whole lot to swing.
Whoa.
You don't either.
Wrecked. That was she's not wrong. Oh, you got the physical version of it. Nice. So you're gonna be picking it up at GameStop or something like that? How can she talk with AYAYA? Good question. Good question. I mean, right now AYAYA's in left eye socket. So I guess everything that Mitsuki is thinking, AYAYA can hear. And then that's just how they communicate. If that even makes sense. Like everything that Mitsuki thinks, AYAYA hears. And everything that AYAYA says, Mitsuki hears. Yeah, we were playing a dude. We were playing as Date in the first game. But in this game, we're playing as Mitsuki. Yeah, in the first game we played as this guy, Date. But yeah, in this game, that takes place 6 years after the first game, we're playing as Mitsuki. Mitsuki was the little girl that Date was taking care of in the first game. And well, yeah, since it takes place 6 years later, she's 18 in this. She's 18 and she's a police officer and she has AYAYA. This is what she looked like in the first game, if you remember. How did it change? How did what change? How did it change? Are we playing as Mitsuki now? But why it's not Date anymore? Well,
Can you hear me? Steady.
Kona, what up, Bunny's sucking Leo?
thanks, Mr. Kikona. He's still possessed, it seems. What the fuck? He didn't even say any of it. He just went, whoa, 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 and then just, okay. Thank you. Wait, why isn't it Date anymore? Well, Date, he's dead. He's fucking dead. That happened yesterday in the ending. He died. So Date is no more. So now it's only Mitsuki. He is 6 years later. Yep, Date died. Which we saw yesterday in the explosive ending. How did he die? Exactly what happened in the emote that you typed. Exactly what happened in that emote that you used. He died in an explosion, and debris collapsed on top of him, and he gets squashed. Yep. He exploded, he got stuck on the rubble, and then the rubble just crushed him. Okay, I was talking about that Star Wars game again. You get to be a bounty hunter in it. That sounds sick. Isn't it also open world now? The new Star Wars.
Hey, perv, don't look!
Who are you talking to? You're the one who peeked.
Could it be hidden in here?
It wouldn't fit.
No one will
He's
go
not
up
even in here. What?
It was in here before.
Debated bosses stream. You actually got debated by
We
the
couldn't find
mod
the robot
thing.
anywhere.
And no other leads.
Too easy.
Yeah, no Orignally oranges either.
Who cares about the oranges?
Easiest
In any
debate
case,
of
we
boss's
have no
life.
time to waste. Let's head elsewhere.
But it's so cold outside.
You're the one who picked that outfit. Let's get going. Any day now.
Two planets to open world out of 5. That's pretty good. Sounds like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot to do. They'll keep you occupied for a long time. Pause to check. I thank you, Jason. I fixed my posture. Thank you as well, Junior. I double fixed my posture. Oh, you want to hydrate too? Okay, I'll hydrate. Hey, the unit is still here.
Mame?
Mizuki, what are you doing here?
Have you seen Shoma?
No, I haven't seen him here.
Play Lush
What about you,
Judgment?
Ginny?
Someone
Haven't seen
shoot
him
that guy.
recently.
I see.
Jen knows about Shoma before the incident 6 years ago. Shoma frequent displays. His father must have brought him here. The menu.
Hey, Aiba, can you do that thing?
Fine. But just once, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, I'm Drumaimon.
What?
I see.
What's with that weak reaction?
What happened to Junior? Nothing. He's right there. Nothing happened to Mr. Junior. He shot me.
Suki, look. It's a Hispella testacea. Yay! Go, little Hispella testacea.
What happened to the Ninja games? We finished it. We finished Ninja Gaiden 1 and Ninja Gaiden Sigma, and all that. No, that was enough for me. That was enough Ninja Gaiden for me for a long time. Finished the first one, and yeah, that's you know. I don't think we're playing the second one anytime soon. Because man, I was just glad. I'm glad we even managed to finish it. Managed to get through the whole thing. The fixed camera angles get so annoying in the end. Play the other Ninja Gaiden games. Sure. If you pay me 10k bits, I'll play the second one. Deal? No, what? What do you mean deal?
I guess you might
That's
say
not what you're
there's
supposed to
an
say.
Elephant in the room.
Wow, that was remarkably unfunny.
He's so sad. Deal in a year. He's saving up money for it. Making that Ninja Gaiden font. Going to do it? I hope not. I hope not. There's preparing food in the kitchen. Are you okay?
I'm not feeling well, but I'm just tired. Don't worry.
You should go home and rest.
That's what I said.
Thank you for your concern, but I'd rather rest here. I don't want to be alone.
Something bothering you?
Yeah, a little bit. Have you heard about the disappearances that have been happening lately?
Question mark?
I know it's just a rumor, but people going missing after watching a ViewCube video.
It's the same as the urban legend from 6 years ago.
But it's different this time. I think it's actually happening.
I was able to find the video. Do you want to watch it?
Sure. Let's go missing.
Not right now. Now's not the time.
I'm getting a feeling that this is connected to something bigger.
Something bigger? Like what?
nirvanA Initiative.
Oh, did the video contain a long-haired
Just
girl in a
something I
white
saw online.
dress by any
Some
chance?
kind of terrorist attack or something being planned.
What do you think, Aiba?
There are rumors.
If so, you
to that
might want to
effect,
make a
but
copy
nothing
of it.
concrete.
Then make
I
someone
do
else
not
watch
have
it.
enough data to make a determination yet.
Anyway, that's what's got me scared. It's kind of creepy.
That's saving up bits. Then no, don't do that. keep using your bits on Mr. Kikona. Keep doing that. Don't need to save them up. Nope. Mr. Conan needs a log break. You know what? I'd believe it. From how he has been sounding lately, I believe it. He might need a priest too. Mommy, why are you here?
Well, because,
I guess I didn't need to ask. You come here a lot, Mame.
yeah, it's calming being here.
I would have preferred you said you liked the food.
Of course I like the food too, but I like the atmosphere and how you fit right in, Genny. It's really calming. It's my favorite
Deal.
place.
Deal.
Come to think
Why
of it,
are we
you
saying
come here to
deal?
quiz me an awful lot, and sometimes you leave without even eating anything.
We're not doing game or no game
One
yet.
that likes my quizzes, Genny. When I ask Mizuki, she gets this look on her face.
Why do you not like quizzes?
Mame's questions are really niche.
Do they bother you, Genny?
As long as it doesn't get in the way of work, I don't mind.
It's nice seeing you two together. You're almost like father and daughter.
I guess Amame is like my daughter.
Gonna play some Mid Island 2 and enjoy. Enjoy your Mid Island 2. Just slashing through some zombies. Have fun, Mr. Junior. Maybe Mommy has a filer complex.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, it just reminded me of my dad.
Right, your parents.
They divorced when I was little, so I've been separated from my dad. I really liked him, so I was really sad.
You really like your dad, huh?
Yeah, he's the best.
You know what Shulmer is?
No. Why do you ask?
I wanted to ask him something.
Did something happen?
I saw on the news that a corpse was found at the stadium. Something related to that?
Actually, yeah.
I'll come here. I'll come eat here soon.
Yeah, please do. You haven't been in a while.
Sorry, I've been busy with work. Mame has been inviting me, but actually, you were the one who introduced me to this place, right, Mame?
Yeah.
Was it 6 years ago? I remember when I ate Genny's food for the first time, I was shocked by how good it was. It was the first time I felt that way since eating Ota's food.
Wait, that's what he
It's
looks
okay.
like
Don't
now?
talk about
What
Ota
the?
here.
Why not?
What happened to him?
He's a rival.
Where were you last night?
Last night?
I was here last night. The only person I saw was a drunk, passed out Ryuki. What were you doing leaving your place unattended?
I think that was when I went to the convenience store to get some miso. I have tons of regulars. Sometimes I have them watch the place for me.
I see. Ryuki was saying something about traveling to the mirror world, so I thought something happened.
Sounds like something a drunkard would say to me. The customer next to Ryuki was saying some weird things too. When that king over there awakens, I'm going to disappear like a candle. I'm not real, I'm just something that shows up in the king's dream.
That sounds like a reference to Through the Looking Glass and What Alice Found There by Lewis Carroll. The story deals with themes of not being able to tell reality from illusion, mirror worlds and the like.
customer ran off spouting that gibberish. I had to run after him to get him to pay for the food.
I thought you said you trusted your customers.
That guy wasn't a regular. When I grabbed him and got back, Ryuki was gone.
Huh. I thought you said you went to go buy miso.
Oh, that's right. I guess I went to the convenience store. before
Seems a
that.
bit fishy,
I guess
Jen.
yesterday was pretty hectic, huh?
Yeah.
Salute. He's saluting. Gov is saluting. For Paul Jr. That got shot earlier. It seems a bit sus, man. Why can't you remember your story clearly? What happened yesterday? You know where Shomer is?
Sorry, I haven't the slightest idea. He hasn't been here, and I haven't talked to him at all. How is he related to the incident at the stadium?
It's confidential. I can't tell you that.
I'm heading home.
What was the salute for?
Mommy, you really don't look too good.
Gov, he
Want me to take
redeemed
you to the
salute.
hospital?
It's okay.
So I just gave him
need
a
some
salute
rest.
in return.
Mame, you can rest in the back if you want.
Yeah. I might do just that.
Rest in the
Mommy, are
back.
you sure you're okay?
Isn't it only a
Yeah,
Frieza back
I'm
there?
fine. Don't worry about me.
Guess we'll take her word for it.
Mizuki, we're in the middle of an investigation. We should leave this to Gen.
Okay. Genny, please take care of Mame.
Yeah, no problem.
Where's your salute? You haven't redeemed the salute, but I'll give you a salute too. Here you go. No, now Junior redeemed salute too himself. There you go. That's his salute. Oh, you did it for Mr. Jason. God damn, he gets a double salute. He gets a salute from Junior and a free one from me. Don't kill Date. What the fuck? That's impossible. He's already dead. He's already dead. That challenge has already failed. What skill can defeat an old man? I won't do it. I just can't get myself to do it. But you get it from your subscription. Yeah, see, you got the sub badge next to you now, but the notification never popped up. You might have to refresh the chat, refresh the stream, and then it should pop up with the thing, with the notification thing. If you just share it, and then it'll pop up on the stream. Page unknown. Nothing has changed. Maybe he's afraid of change. Graduate say Sakiba high, but she's still working on Fish Pocket as a mermaid. Recently she had some health issues. Seems to know something about the nirvanA initiative. Hey, there you go. Ah, it popped up. And there should salute as well.
Right, refreshing was, but there you two go.
Thank you. Thanks, Danish TTS. Yeah, thank you, Jason, as well. Half a year of being a Danish citizen. Your Danish passport. Yes, appreciate it. Appreciate it, Mr. Jason. You renewing your passport? When is the Danish passport coming, though? You want an actual real-life Danish passport? That could be some...
Shoma?
That could be
I
some
haven't seen him.
interesting merch.
What about you, Ota?
No,
I mean-
I haven't seen him either.
But now you've got
Shoma
this here.
always comes in alone, and he usually leaves without saying anything.
So
I
what the
see.
hell happened with these two?
Do
They
you
both
think
have such
Shoma saw that
long
video
hair.
too?
If he did, it wouldn't be good.
Video?
Guy over here turned into Tarzan. Ota knows Shoma too. I should seduce them each other. Make it a merch. Yeah. I don't know how we'd make it merch, but that could be some interesting merch. Yeah, I agree. It'd be some interesting type of merch. A Danish passport. Beamed after the stream. Could be pretty interesting.
A calendar, and me, and Tessa.
What do they have in common?
They both have dates.
Oh no!
That oh no.
Hey, Ota. What's Ota's black sauce?
It's our house special soy sauce.
Meow. Oh, I get it. If you meow at a lucky cat statue, happiness will come your way. It sure helped me be happy.
Go to the menu.
Ota, what's chef's bloody salad?
Oh, it's this dish I make by wrapping myself up in barbed wire.
Huh?
How is this place still open? One would hope it at least tastes good.
You serious? Wrapping yourself up in barbed wire? Exactly, huh? Oh, it's just salad I make by wrapping myself up in barbed wire.
I am much bigger.
You mean your attitude?
No.
What? One of my favorite moments in games I played on the stream. Yeah, that could be interesting. Be interesting things to put in the passport. Then DBD would definitely be in there. DBD. Watchdoggo. And Hitman.
Hey, Mizuki, isn't that your chair?
Hey, Ota, do you have life insurance?
Whoa, what the? Monka W. What a comeback.
Mizuki, look! A round chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the round chair.
Tessa? When are you going to slap my bucket?
Oh, never.
What? Why does he look like he's insane now? What happened to him? Every time he talks.
Mizuki, the gray aliens have a morning stretch routine video. Wanna watch?
Oh, I saw that earlier. I think I'll pass.
Tessa, maybe if you wanted to change the overhead lights.
Why would I want to do that?
No, my God, he's still trying to look up her skirt. Jesus Christ, man. It's been 6 years. You still want to do that? You don't look 30. Oh my God, yeah, right. Yeah, he's supposed to be 30 now. Yeah, I don't think he's in the book yet. No. Who do we want to wink sync with? Probably her.
Eggplants, eggplants, I love eggplants.
What?
I love eggplants. Moppo, Moppo, I love Moppo tofu.
Okay. What an interesting thing she's thinking about. Eggplant, eggplant. She just really liked the eggplants, I guess. Yeah. Fascinating. Welcome back. You just missed some eggplants. Stuck up. But do I miss the Danish soda? With the one with like licorice and all that? Well, they came back with a new set recently. Like you remember last year they had the strawberry one, the peach one, and the licorice one. Well, yeah, they have 3 new ones this year. And well, this year they're not telling you what they taste like, so you have to buy it and try it out. But well, this year it's strawberry again, and apple, and I think the last one is either orange or mango. I don't remember. But no licorice soda this time. I'm glad the strawberry one is back though, because that one was my favorite. That one was so good. The eggplant. Eggplant with that emoji. Jesus. You've matured.
Thank you. You're a super popular internet idol at Lemniscate.
Oh no, I'm not really that big a deal. Not to mention there's a ton of new talent. If I take my eyes off my dream for even 1 second, they'll pass me by.
It's pretty cool that you haven't let fame get to you. And you're still serious about chasing your dream, Iris.
Well, things are different now. I'm not a teenager. I can't rely on my youth or make cringy comments anymore.
Make
I need
cringy
to work hard and prepare
comments.
for the winter. Like the ant and the grasshopper. I've got to leave my mark on the net world. I really want to chug jug with you. I would classify that as cringe.
Don't worry, Iris. It's part of your charm.
What the hell? That line. That Iba line.
I would classify that as cringe.
It's the song. Oh my god, it. I was hoping it wasn't, but yeah, it's a certain That Game with F song, isn't it? Oh my god, why is that here, man? Jesus Christ, I agree with what Iba said. I agree with this.
I would classify that as cringe.
Exactly. What the hell? Okay. You still remember the Nightbot command? That you can freak Nightbot out for some reason? No, you don't. You don't want to do that. Get out of here with that. We don't do that around here. We only chug water around here. But the incident from 6 years ago.
6 years ago? From Divida?
Yeah, do you remember?
That's not something I can just forget. I saw half a body appear out of nowhere. I saw it explode, and why are you asking me about it now?
Well, here's the thing.
Why not? Because that's not good for you. It's not healthy. Water's more healthy for you. So chuck that instead. What if the other half of the body showed up?
It must have teleported. It got stuck in another dimension, and half the body got sucked in. The body got sliced in half, then time traveled 6 years to now. Jeez, bodies cut in half, blowing up, showing up out of nowhere? How do you explain it if it's not paranormal? If I may,
The questions of how the body appeared and how it detonated were answered by subsequent investigation. The carbon nanotubes and a thermite reaction.
Right, but that doesn't explain how the other half of the body showed up.
That strange occurrence can't be explained by science alone. What I think happened is something like the Bermuda Triangle manifested here.
What? And I read this song, I was just, you know what, I was just, trying to avoid it, like, let's just pretend I didn't hear that, that it's not that. Let's just pretend it's not referencing that Game with F song. Bermuda Triangle.
On the east coast of North America, in the Atlantic Ocean, there's a spot called the Bermuda Triangle. Tons of ships and planes and stuff have vanished without a trace there. There's a bunch of theories, but no one can really explain the how and why. Some people think it's a miniature black hole. Others think aliens abducted them. There's even one story about a corpse that was found in the area. He died 64 years ago, but the body didn't age a day.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, given Iris's enthusiasm for the topic, but the Bermuda Triangle is an urban legend. The kind of examples she mentioned are usually misunderstandings, exaggerations, or completely fabricated. In other words, the mysterious aspects of the Bermuda Triangle are entirely man-made. According to calculations, the probability of a vessel going missing in that area is no different than any other place.
I don't want to spoil her fun. I'm not gonna tell her.
I did hear though. No, I didn't hear anything. Nope, what I heard was not what I think it was. Nope, it was something else. You don't look 30.
You think so? I have been making some progress lately. I've gained a lot of life experience. I'm a refined adult now.
I don't know about experience, but you did change up your look. If there was a contest for adults who don't look or act their age, you'd do well.
So you're saying I look really young? That's a compliment.
Young? Don't you mean more like childish?
Yes.
Oh, stop, Tessa. You're
Wait, he's
embarrassing
30?
me. She means
Yes.
that I'm as cute and pure as a child.
He is, in fact, 30 now.
I don't think that's what she meant.
I suppose his positive thinking is what allows him to retain his youth.
Is he in the book yet? Oh, you just want someone to talk to? Sure, hold on. Hold on, AYAYA wants to talk. Sounds and looks 12.
Relationships?
I agree. He doesn't sound or look 30 at all. I'm not human.
What? Do you really even have any worries?
Is it bad if I don't have any?
What? What? Are you bored?
You look bored.
Are you kidding me? If you weren't bored, you wouldn't come here.
Nope.
Therefore, you are bored. There is no doubt about it. Your wide-open mouth screams you are bored.
Thanks, AYAYA.
I appreciate your support, AYAYA.
Yes, and I appreciate yours.
What? How is it not? Oh no. Oh no! Why is it in my book? Look, the lyrics to the song. That she was singing. Some cut sambies. Yeah, don't. Whoa. Well, I'll join you guys. Point. In the good old cut sambies. Do I even want to click about this and read it? Oh my god. That meme song spread on the internet. I hope it's not stuck in your head now. Nope, don't worry about that. It's definitely not. Let's just pretend this never happened, okay? Let's just pretend this moment never happened. Why did they put that in the book? Come on, man. You're not gonna cut your hair?
I've been busy. I haven't had a chance to cut it.
You're really busy, huh?
Want me to cut it? Snip, 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 snip.
How long is this gonna take?
Really? You'll cut my hair? Well, I think I'll save that experience for later. I want to grow it out longer so I have as much haircut time with Tessa as humanly possible.
Longer hair does not take longer to cut.
Ota, if you're gonna head this restaurant, you should care more about how you look.
Hey, that's actually what Gen from Brahmin said too. But it's not like spending more time on my appearance is gonna make my food taste better. Besides, I get plenty of customers.
This place is popping, yeah, with the only free
Well,
here.
yeah, with my cooking skills, that's to be expected. I think history will call me the chef blessed by the culinary gods.
Okay, but the only customer here is Iris, though.
Because I'm on break. Didn't you see the sign? During regular business hours, I don't have time for breaks.
Ota is not exactly exaggerating. Matsushita Diner offers affordable, tasty food. Queues often form out the door.
So it actually gets pretty crowded, huh?
Yeah, and I welcome the challenge. I don't want to lose to Gen.
Why are you two competing anyway?
He talks about me like some kind of mortal enemy or something. I hear him talking trash about me. He says I'm not dedicated to my cooking, not determined to be the best.
He's
but I want to
right.
prove to him that I'm better.
You're not
and I do it
stirring
my
the
way.
same in the
Just
same
you
pot all
watch.
day.
I'm gonna
The
make
key is
Matsushita Diner super popular. I'll have 3 Michelin stars one day.
still Iris's fan, right?
Of course, I'm still Tessa's #1 fan after all. It's my duty to support her. I name search her on Twitter and defend her to anyone talking trash.
Oh my
I even
god.
use multiple accounts so she can rise to the top of trending. I am
Jesus.
devoted, day and night.
Thank you for everything you do, Ota.
Iris, you really shouldn't be adding more fuel to the fire here.
Fire!
Hot pot Tessa!
Shipping!
Freight crate Tessa!
Airplanes!
Hide flight Tessa!
It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, also known as ASAT. You bet.
... Tamagotchi. What should I do if an old guy attacks me? Crush his throat. Not for amateurs. Don't crush Buddha statues. What? What? You heard me? What? What should you do if an old guy attacks you? Crush his throat. That wasn't an option. Unfortunately.
Mizuki, do you know about the video uploaded to ViewCube?
Mame told me there was some rumor about a video making people vanish after they watch it.
That's the one. Do you think Shoma saw that video too?
He could have.
Shoma solved the Ps4 90 code, right?
Is there a code hidden in the new video too?
Yeah, I think so. But I didn't understand it. I think Ota knows more about it. He's been trying to solve it.
I guess he's not afraid of what might happen. Anyway, don't watch that video again. Consider it an order from the president of Lemniscate. If those rumors are true, it could be dangerous. Understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You think she really understands?
I do not believe there is any point in asking.
She's matured a lot. She's 24 now. Why does it's 24-year-old Iris? Why does it say that?
Mother.
Thanks, Jesus. About the video.
The new video uploaded to ViewCube.
She seems
And
24.
the rumor
Yeah.
that people who can decode it go missing. So, Ota.
It seems
were you
likely
able to
that
decode
she's 24.
Nope. And I've tried.
Unlike this guy being
believe me.
30.
This one's harder than Ps4 90 from 6 years ago.
I've been thinking about how and
He
why
is
exactly
12.
the people who watch the video end up missing.
Yeah, I'd
My
believe
guess is
that.
the people who solve it end up mind controlled, like Project Bluebeam.
The
or
way he
MK
looks
Ultra.
and sounds. What's Project Blue Beam?
It's a project by NASA that projects lasers and holograms into the atmosphere. They say it's for investigating the atmosphere and ionosphere, but in reality, it's a scheme to take over the world. The idea is they can project images of aliens, UFOs, God, anything they want. It tricks the people of Earth into thinking the planet is being invaded or something. That way, they can unite the world under the false pretense of fighting back against a foreign threat. It gets the people of the world to abandon their allegiances to religion or any one nation, and instead unify under a new world order. So this video is kind of the same idea. Project an image into your mind that makes you think a certain way.
Project God Scoopington. The one true God. Lord Scoopington. You wish you looked young at 30. You look fucking 30 at 20. Oh god. Already looking like an old man. Even though he's only 20. Maybe it'll turn around when you get older. Maybe it'll, yeah, reverse. And then at 30 you'll look like you're 20 or something. Who knows? What about the other one? Mortal Kombat Ultra.
MK Ultra is the codename for a top secret project that the CIA was running that tested different kinds of mind control. Their so-called experiments were inhumane, even torturous, all to try to prove mind control exists. They forced unsuspecting patients to take LSD, did electroshock therapy, hypnosis, and the results of their experiments were all destroyed. So no one knows anything for sure.
Maybe you de-age, exactly. By the time you're 30, you'll look 12.
I have already found it. It is posted to ViewCube under the name nirvanA Trial.
nirvanA? Can you play it?
Oh boy. Curse the video time. What does that say? Man erupts a ghost? This music. Oh, okay.
I didn't get anything from that.
But there is a high likelihood that this is related to the HB case. Did you notice the similarities?
The code that Shoma decoded, Ps490.
What in the fuck
and
was
the
that?
QR video.
A cursed video.
Yes. The video from 6 years ago.
You'll die in 7 days now if you don't make a copy of it and make someone else watch
Rumors
it.
about the missing people must have something to do with the HB case for sure.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
I do not know for certain if Shoma saw the nirvanA trial video, but
Okay.
it is all the more reason to find him as soon as possible.
Hey, Mizuki, are you okay?
Huh? Yeah, I'm fine.
You were pretty spaced out there for a while.
I'm fine. I'm gonna head out and look for Shoma. Let me know if you find anything.
Yeah.
Got it.
After my birthday? What the fuck? Needs a haircut though. His hair annoys me. Well, make sure it's one hell of a birthday party then. Wait, are they finally in the book now? Yeah. It's like scary people. Poppy singing, dancing, game commentary. Skills runs really fast. Gadget was like a high, but she's still a talent affiliated with Lemonsgate, and is still an internet idol. She's worried about the younger up-and-coming idols and consults Mom with Marble about it. That's not wow, the age. 30? Seriously? Yeah, I know, right? How the fuck? Enemies of Ace dislikes. His hobbies are internet idols and maid cafes at age 30. So everyone's meant to see the Diana by himself. He loves Tessa. He still has no girlfriend. He's still a virgin. He's still an amazing cook. Nothing has changed. Poor guy. Skills is driving. Get fucking wasted. Exactly. Your last birthday. Gotta make it a memorable one. Make it count. Central Hospital. This man shouldn't be allowed to drive. He'll probably get pulled over the second he drives past a cop car. Because they think he's just a child. Like, hey, are you old enough to drive this thing? And then plot twist, he's 30 years old.
Sorry to bother you at work. You're Jin Furue's...
Yes. I was his nurse when Ginny was here. I call him Ginny because he was still in his late teens when he was here. Of course, he grew up. He was a very important man, but to me, he's still that little kid.
Yeah. Just gonna be what? Just can't be real. That's a fake ID. Arrested. Get in the cop car, sir. No way. Ain't no way you're 30.
Mizuki, don't push her onto that.
What?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. Old habits.
Mizuki, don't push her onto that. The bed.
Look, a UFO!
Right, sure.
Wink, sing.
I've had enough with marriages. It's really a hassle to build up a relationship. I'm too busy, and I'm almost 40.
What? You're almost 40?
Wow, she looks nothing close to 40.
Exactly.
She does look young for her age.
That's what I was thinking too. God damn. Everyone looks really young in this game. What's your name?
My name is Hana Yonasu.
Do you have any skills?
I can get them in the tightest spots.
The needle?
No, I'm talking about cars.
What?
You're talking about parking?
The devs don't know how 40-year-olds look. What? What do you mean, what? Yeah, because I mean, there's also this. There's also Boss. Boss looks like this, and she's 49. She's almost 50. And look at Boss. She said, what? Oh, you wanna hear that again? Run it back, please.
I can get them in the tightest spots.
Yep, you heard her. That's sure how 49-year-olds look. Maybe that's how 49-year-olds look in Japan.
I can get them in the tightest spots.
How are you supposed to hear that? What? She's talking about cars.
No, I'm talking about cars.
Exactly, see? What were you thinking? Has this happened before?
I don't know. I'm bad at remembering things. They call me an airhead, even though I'm a lifesaver.
Talk about Jin.
I remember Ginny well. I heard he was born kind of frail, and he'd been in and out of the hospital since he was young.
You heard?
Yes. As I said earlier, I was only his nurse when he was in his late teens.
What kind of illness did he have?
It was a visceral disease. Though by the time he passed, he was completely cured.
I cannot search anything on Jin's illness. Those records have been completely wiped.
Seems a bit odd. About Jin.
I never thought he'd get so big. When I first saw him in the magazines, me and some older nurses that knew him were really surprised. When he was a kid, he was shy and really timid. He couldn't even use the restroom alone at night. He was so soft-spoken. I never thought he'd become so successful and become the president at a big company. But he was killed.
About Jin.
That's about it, though. I haven't seen him since he left the hospital.
Anything you noticed about him, seeing him from afar?
Well, let's see. He'd really changed.
Did he almost look like a different person?
Are you suspecting a change in identity?
Yeah, we can cross off twin or clone, but maybe he was replaced by someone else.
No, I'm sure it was him. I only saw him in pictures and read about him, but he was a neat freak. Very meticulous. I could sense it in his words. I'm positive it was him.
Thanks, 40-year-old nurse. That looks like you're 20. Seki Bahai up next. What? What is he doing here? Why is he here?
Ryuki, what are you doing here?
Oh, Mizuki. Isn't it obvious? I'm here for the reinvestigation.
Reinvestigation?
6 years ago, the second victim of the HB case was found in this classroom. Kara's right half was on the blackboard. I know the leads. I should get a bad one that wobbles. What are you doing here, Ryuki? What the hell? That face.
Ryuki, I cannot determine anything from him when he is in this state.
He's just going Munker insane. Insane cat. Are you okay?
Okay.
Yeah, you look tired. You should go home and rest.
I don't have time to rest. I need to find the culprit. Besides, I had Tama tie me up tortoiseshell bondage style earlier, so I'm feeling good.
What?
Yeah, you should definitely just head home.
It's all right now, because
What
I
the
am
fuck?
here.
He's still doing this.
Half for all. We are full-time heroes.
I can do anything. I'm like a superhero. I won't lose to the bad guys. And if anyone gets in my
Is
way...
he on
Let
top?
it be. He is not capable of participating in normal conversation.
He's
especially bad today.
he's just a little mentally unstable. And you know, it wouldn't surprise me if he, you know, if he is smoking the good stuff too. On top of that, seems stoned, man. What, the case 6 years ago?
6 years ago?
Yeah, you were drunk last night and wouldn't tell me anything.
No. I don't want to talk about it.
But it might help with the investigation.
Oh god.
Stop trying to make me remember! It was a terrible, terrible thing. And you want me to talk to you about it?
That is enough. There is no use trying to get him to talk.
Yeah.
Reinvestigating what?
The investigation has only just begun. I need to keep my eyes wide open. I need to see the pieces. Lost beyond time. This is my case.
But, Ryuki, you're...
Hold on, Mizuki. Ryuki is not well. He is traumatized. But in these circumstances, it is better to not push back against things he says. You may inadvertently make his condition worse by denying his delusions.
Really?
Yes. It is common practice for patients in Ryuki's condition.
Okay, Ryuki. Just don't do too much, okay?
Oh, I know.
Question mark?
The shrine. Ikume Shrine. I'll go there. It'll help me calm down.
There he goes.
There is nothing we can do for him. It is best to let him be. Ryuki was traumatized by the events 6 years ago, and has been hurting ever since. He tried to return to work, but his symptoms worsened.
Yeah, he's supposed to be on leave of absence to get better, but...
His symptoms have not improved. Anyway, there are no leads here.
Let's get going.
Then that's the last spot. Back on her scooter. We continue to search for Shoma, but
Where could he be? Maybe the video really did
first
make
person
him something.
scootering. Oh, Iper's in there.
Mizuki, you have a call. I will connect you.
Who is it? The unit.
I remembered something about Shoma. There's this place I hear he's been going to a lot. Orignally Institute of Genetics.
Huh? What's he going there for?
I haven't asked.
Orignally Institute.
I don't know why, but I guess he might be there.
Thanks, Gen. I'll head
There's
over
still that hidden room we never found anything about. At the Orignally Institute of Genetics. Headed to Orignally Institute. Show my police badge or show my picture when asking around.
Never
But
seen that kid here.
but I didn't miss it. For a second, the security guard's expression changed when they showed the picture. Gotta use the thermo just in case.
There it is. His temperature is rising. He is lying.
In that case, we'll have to beat his ass.
Well, we made it inside at least. But where's Shoma?
Mizuki, I must protest against you doing anything rash. Boss will never let you hear the end of this.
What are you talking about?
You punched the security guard unconscious to get him out of the way.
I didn't punch him. It was more of a kick.
Same difference.
Well, sorry, I'm not very good at covert ops, okay? Anyway, I got this weird feeling. My gut is telling me that Shoma is caught up in some bizarre science experiment.
Your gut is not a reliable source of information. This facility goes deeper. Shall we go?
Of course! I can't go back now.
Who the hell are you?
Hi.
How did you get in here?
What's up, boys?
They saw me.
You need to be more careful.
Intruder! We're calling the police!
I am the police.
Yeah, the police are right here.
In your dreams, girl. Let's get her.
Yeah!
Mizuki.
Well, if I gotta do it, I gotta do it.
Mizuki, do not use your full power. We are in the wrong here, you know.
Yeah, got it.
Time to bust out the pipe. Why did he pick up a chair? Excuse me. Epic slide.
That settles that.
Be on your guard. More are coming.
There's the intruder!
Damn, that was fast. But superior numbers aren't gonna do them any good.
What the fuck? There's an entire army here now.
Okay, maybe they will. Hmm?
That woman.
You!
Need a hand?
That's the last of them.
That was dangerous.
The hell are you doing here?
Thank you. Wait, what are you doing here? And why did you help me?
Should I not have?
You know that's not what I mean. Why are you here?
I don't follow.
You shot at me yesterday.
That was yesterday. Today is today.
Okay.
What?
Fair.
Anyway, do you hear that?
Hear what? What?
Wait, what? Hi.
What is going on?
What are you doing here now? Good question. You tell me. What? Now all of a sudden we're at the park.
We should be far enough away now.
Indeed. I do not sense any pursuers nearby.
Now, you two, let's talk.
Hold up, Tamaguchi. What ability might be useful against old men? The finger jab. The G couldn't do eyeball. Crushing move. Old man gonna cry. That became a different one. Nice. Moment. You're talking to me so much. Her actual age is 42. Jin Fuji, and he was in his late teens. Recently, she got into cars and goes to expressway races when she's off the clock. She's still in the feeder group. Likes manual transmission. Skills drifting and double clutching. Car lady. You say I like more than the first one? Oh yeah, like what did I like? Person like me? Why is that? You don't think I would like the first one? Hey, you think I like the first one? Yeah, I think so too, because the gameplay seems really fun. But this one has more ways for me to get distracted. Oh god. So what you're saying is it's gonna take a gonna take around a year for me to get done. Get the phone with a very serious expression. There's a woman with a red mask. Lots of side quest and stuff. That wasn't in the first game. Side quests? Not like that wasn't a lot of side quests. You must be really strong.
You must be really strong. You seem pretty handy with a gun. So who are you?
Don't try to find out.
How could I not? You're one of the most suspicious people I've ever seen. You're on the list of suspects.
That's a mistake. I'm not a suspect.
We'll see. That's for me to decide.
And one more thing. I'm not strong.
Question mark?
I don't have a strong body. ...
There isn't any side missions. Yeah, okay. It's only like loot and stuff you can find. That's the side stuff in the first one. I see. Yeah, well then you are right. Then I'll probably like the second one more. Oh me, I like me a good side mission. Why you shoot me last night?
I felt like it.
Who just feels like shooting at a high school girl?
I don't think the high school part is relevant.
I almost died.
No, that would be impossible. I shot you with rubber bullets. You didn't notice?
You mean...
I had no intention of killing you.
Then why did you shoot me?
Just trust me.
Because I felt like it. Why'd you shoot me last night? Oh, because I felt like it. That reasoning. Take off that mask.
Why?
I want to see your face.
I refuse.
You want me to trust you? Then show me your face.
Sorry, I don't have my makeup on right now.
Ugh.
And I have a big pimple on my nose as well. It's embarrassing.
Oh my god.
Then I'll just force you to take it off.
Don't bother trying. This mask is secured in place by an extremely powerful special adhesive developed by NASA. If you tried, it would rip my skin off. Or did you want to see my facial muscles? If that's the case, then I won't stop you. Okay, I lied. I would stop you.
So does that mean you're gonna wear that mask forever?
No. I'll take it off if I need to. The mask will come off if I apply the remover.
There are certain kinds of glue that require a special chemical to remove. The bond may also deteriorate naturally over time.
Yeah, she told us that already 6 years ago. You just want to be a bounty hunter. That also just sounds sick. If only they made a full game about that now. That would be really cool. A full-on game that was just focused about being a bounty hunter in space. There is. Yeah, that's that old PS2 game, isn't it? But like a new, like a modern one. Make a modern version. A modern, really in-depth bounty hunting game, space bounty hunting game. That would be quite cool. Will they report me?
Concerned about what happened at the Institute earlier? Don't worry about it. They won't report it.
Why not?
For 2 reasons. First, the weapons they had are illegal. If those firearms are discovered, that could cause the facilities to be closed.
What's
Nah.
They are
Wrong,
doing
Doug.
some questionable research. They wouldn't want the
Would
police
they
anywhere
report
near.
me? Nah.
I see. Whew. I'm glad though.
It seems you are safe this time. If Boss found out, she may have cut
Boss.
you in half herself.
Why were you at the Orignally Institute?
I was investigating.
Investigating? Are you some kind of detective or something?
Yes. Something like that. You know about the gene therapy research they're doing there, don't you?
Yeah. I don't totally understand it, but it's something about rewriting DNA, right?
I heard that they're doing illegal things there. I wanted to know about the dark side of their research myself. So that is why I'm investigating them. I want to know who did this to me.
Did what to you?
Dot.
Fine. If you don't want to give me the details, at least tell me this. They're doing shady things in there, and you want to find out what, right?
That's right.
What have you found so far?
I can't talk about it.
Why not?
It's top secret.
Top secret? But it could have something to do with my investigation.
I wouldn't know.
Hey, Aiba, can we sink into her?
I wouldn't even try. There is no way you would get Boss's permission.
But I
That
can tell you
face.
this. It's about Tokiko Shigure.
Tokiko Shigure? The president of NICE?
That's right. The president of Horodori Institute, Chikara, was a senior member of
I
NICE
baited.
37 years ago when Tokiko was 23.
No, you can't sink
she
in.
became pregnant with
I
this child.
baited.
What?
Chikara didn't want anything to do with it. He already had a wife and child. He demanded she get an abortion, but she refused. She gave birth to the child. At the time, she had no immediate family and no money. Chikara was terrified. He was worried that the child might grow up to resent him and threaten him with blackmail. So he came up with a plan to have them adopted to one of his friends. To persuade Tokiko, he promised her prestige and power at NICE, that she would one day be president. Through tears, Tokiko reluctantly accepted and let the child go. Tokiko lost her child, but she did become a powerful member of NICE. Ultimately, she became the president of the Japan branch.
Dot. Wherever that child grew up to be, they could be linked to all this.
You're saying they could be terror?
Perhaps.
That's not possible.
Why not?
Oh, because I guess they were don't. Oh wait, what?
Really?
They're already dead.
There's a certainty.
Isn't that mask on upside down? Who is this girl anyway? Ain't no way. The emote is so random. A skeleton attached to a ceiling fan spinning around. Ain't no way. Ain't no way she's dead. Ain't no way. What are you looking at?
The fountain. The park is one of my favorite places. I am certain that is why Leon brought me here so many times. For the past 6 years,
Ain't no
whenever
way.
he saw that I looked bored, he would bring me here and try to make me laugh. He would trip into the fountain on purpose, sometimes even pretending to drown. Honestly, none of it was funny. But before I knew it, I fell in love with this park even more.
You've been off since lunch.
I have? I'm the same as ever.
No,
Feels
something's
weird,
been off
man.
about you since lunch today.
Does it have anything to do with why you were at Horodori Institute?
Why it feels weird, Manning? Because she didn't like the guy falling into the lake or the pond. Why were you at Horodori Institute?
Horodori Institute is funded by my father. You are aware of that fact, correct?
Yeah.
I came to confirm something. I thought I could use my name to give me some authority.
What did you want to know? Not gonna tell me, huh?
What were you doing there, big sis?
I'm looking for Shoma. I heard that he's been seen there a lot recently.
Shoma? Well, he is definitely not there.
Huh? How do you know?
He contacted me on Nile on the way here.
What did he say about Shoma?
Shoma is in the mountains of Nagano. He's gone camping, alone.
Exactly,
That is what his
Nye.
Nile message said.
There's no way.
I sent that message to
Nye.
myself, Mame, and you
Ain't no
as
way
well.
he's mountain climbing.
What? You're right. He's coming back on his motorbike today.
Oh. I'm camping in Ugugawa Valley. Went alone. I'll ride back on my motorbike tonight.
Shoma is 18 now, old enough to ride a motorcycle.
You make it sound as though you're older, but you two are the same age.
Iva, can you check if he's really camping?
On it. He's not lying. He has been at the campgrounds the last few days. He was spotted on surveillance cameras in various locations.
For the past few days, huh?
At the very least, that does provide him an alibi in the Jin Furroway case. But even then,
I baited.
it's still the most likely possibility that his robot carried the body.
Casually looking up what you've been up to the past few days. Checking every surveillance camera in the country.
Do you think someone used Shoma's robot without his permission?
Yes.
Anyone could do it. The Enda house has no security. Anyone could get in or out.
I guess we don't need to look for Shoma anymore.
That's enough for now. I'm going to get going.
Fine, but don't get in my way again.
I won't get in your way. I'll only do what I need to do.
Yeah, okay. Oh, and one more thing. Earlier when you... Thanks for saving me.
You don't need to thank me for that. And one more thing from me too. If you plan on continuing your investigation, there are two important things to consider.
What's up?
First, whatever happens, don't lose sight of yourself. Even if someone you trust betrays you. And the other thing, Ryuki. Be wary of him.
What?
See you around.
Bye.
Wait!
I
What do you
guess.
mean by that?
Feels weird, man. Okay, masked woman.
Taking off right after dropping that bombshell?
Bye.
She is right in that Ryuki isn't quite himself right now, but...
Wait.
People,
does she
hey,
even know about
bye.
Ryuki?
Unknown.
Oh, you're looking for the Horridor Institute.
It's no good. She's not answering.
Then we will have to ask her mind.
Right.
Exactly, that's her walking away, just, oh, waving, like, oh, by the way, don't trust Yuki. Bye. I'm waving. Like, huh? No, come back. What? Why can't I trust him? And she's already gone. Wink, sink. AYAYA.
The experiment was a success.
What the fuck? Why is she thinking
is
about
this?
him?
It seems Kizuna knows something about the dark side of Horodori Institute. Mizuki, we have no choice.
Kizzy, I'm sorry, but will you let me into your dream?
My dream?
It's a normal sentence, as a police officer to say. Boss.
Okay, I think I get the picture.
I haven't told boss about what happened at Horridor Institute. No, I haven't told her about my kicking the security guard, but...
Kizuna Chieda. She seems to know something about Chikara.
That's as much as I've told her.
I think it's something to do with the HB case. So...
Okay then. Computer?
I'm ready to go. Mizuki, I'm sure you already know, but the time limit inside Somnium is...
Yep, I'll be back before then.
Okay, let's get started.
into the Peepo Trip world we go. Jesus Christ. It's so bright. Diary.
Sync SOMNIUM power. Hourly wage increase. I am the Eye Magician Girl, Aiba.
Eye Magician?
Anime.
In the name of AI, I will punish you with flogging and flaying.
Whoa, that's way over the top. What is this Eye Magician Girl's special move?
I punch your abdomen repeatedly.
That sounds more
What
like
the-
a fighting anime than a magical girl thing. Aiba, is that?
It is similar to the Chikara we saw in the Wink Sink.
Oh, Blue Riding Hood.
Page turned.
That picture book might have some info.
Yes, we should inspect it. Somnium scan! Activate!
Mental luck 1, 2, 3. Oh. And 5. Find the mystery Kizuna hid away. Kizuna knows something about Chikara. Follow her story. Follow her story about uncover some hidden memories.
It's a large picture book.
I heard that Kizzy likes picture books and fairy tales and all that. Does this represent her feelings?
It is worth a look.
Front page. Read it.
There's writing.
Little Blue Riding Hood. Is that the title?
Not red?
The text below reads, "The girl was chased through the forest by the wolf."
Such chill music.
Huh? Another picture.
This is Blue Riding Hood. Huh? What is that?
Wow! What was that? Something fell.
Is that Blue Riding Hood?
Did she
What?
get the wolf?
He murdered the wolf.
Something came out. Let's take a look.
The little girl liked da-da-da. She'd met da-da-da and da-da-da. Oh. Kumaguchi. What is chivalry? Decision making. Right, a man who can't make decisions is pitiful. Hamstring. I should have gone with that. Should have gone with that to make Arnold proud. And Jen. Masked woman. Sex woman. Properly. A mysterious person who saved Mitsuki. She's probably running an investigation on the genome research that was being done at Horidori Institute. She says her master's glued to her face using a special superpower glue. Not choosing arm strength. Sorry, Anna. I'll pick it next time, okay? If the Tamaguchi asks us that question again, I promise I'll pick it for you. That way I have time to hit the gym some more. Large balloon.
It's a big balloon around the swing set.
Very suspicious. I wonder if something's hidden there.
Oh my god. No,
Oftentimes
don't
in
laugh at
SOMNIUM,
me.
Secrets are
I promise
protected
I'll
by
hit the
such
gym ball.
things. I am sure there is something there.
For next time. Pop.
Focus your key on your fingertip and thrust as hard as you can.
Tuh.
Curses! Repelling me away like the belly of an old man.
Nah, fat old men's bellies aren't that bouncy.
Have you tried
How
it
do
before?
you know?
I've stepped on one. The police chief.
How do you
What?
still have a job?
On the contrary, I got
I
hired by
debated.
Abyss because of that.
I am baited by the balloon. A side quest are confirmed. Nice. Yeah. And it just sounds like I would like the game.
Diary?
It's a new Star Wars
Does
game.
it say anything?
It appears to be more of a continuation from the picture book than a diary. Let's read it. It was a little child wearing a blue hood. She rose her fist and bravely scared the wolf away. The girl thanked the blue-hooded hero, but she scoffed in return. Can you not walk? Fool. Blue Riding Hood was a little rude, but the girl smiled. Blue Riding Hood carried the girl on her back and took her home. The two of them were surprised when they got there. From that day on, Blue Riding Hood was family. What a great introduction! Thank you, big sis. The girl took her hand, but she made a weird face. Maybe she was just being shy. But in any case, she said, "Nice to meet you," with a nod.
Big sis always was the courageous one. Ah, the memories.
Nice. Guided by the story. Red little Blue Riding Hood. Surrounded by sweet snacks.
Big sis must be that girl she's always talking about.
Right. Perhaps she saved her from a dog or something when she was younger. That experience turned into the story of Little Blue Riding Hood. So that picture book was a story of Kizuna's memories.
Something happened to the book. Check it out.
More writing. The two of them never left each other's side. They went to the forest together.
More new pictures.
Little girl like fairy tales from a young age. She admired the
Mizuki, you have 5 minutes left.
But yeah, that's true, Gov. I always watch you play it. See what you think of it.
It's a large picture book. It has different pictures from before.
Rip the page. What the fuck?
This time, it's Hannah and Gretel.
It's a little different from the story I know.
Below it, Hannah and Gretel found a house made out of candy in the forest.
A witch.
Huh? That's not a house made of candy. That's a witch.
Mizuki, there is more witchiness over there.
Witchiness.
Lots of stuff this time. Let's look.
Witch
A candle in the shape of a witch.
Something is suspicious about it.
Punch. Don't do anything just yet. Sit. Climb. Sandbox.
Good idea. Huh, something's there.
Another page.
A piece of paper? What does it say?
Snack transformation spell. Forma Rans Knack Titans. That is what it says.
A snack spell. Maybe you can turn something edible.
Should I try it on something?
The girl made up da-da-da. She would cast them on herself to ward off da-da-da. What, cast it on the candle?
It's a witch-shaped
Is that possible?
candle.
It is.
Change it into a snack.
I don't know if I can, but I will try. Snack transformation spell. Forma Rans Knack Titans.
Nothing happened.
Huh? Nothing is happening.
Maybe now it's
Chip
edible?
asked it.
How is it?
Definitely wax. It tastes awful.
Nice. Cast them on herself. What, can I cast on the book?
It's a large picture book. It has different pictures from before.
Inspect witch. And the balloon, maybe?
A balloon surrounding the swing set.
Tackle. No. Okay, well, then I guess.
It's a witch.
Then I guess we'll inspect the witch. Not this, but this.
It's a large picture book. It has different pictures from before. There is nothing peculiar about the image of the witch itself.
Oh, well, that was a waste of time.
Perhaps this is some kind of symbol in Kizuna's mind.
Huh. I guess I'll just have to picture it in my head.
Witch? That brings back memories.
Of what?
When I first met Ota's mom, she told me Ota is seeing a witch.
Oh.
After doing some research, I discovered that she was referring to Aset, Iris. After Date and I met her, we agreed that she was indeed bewitching. I was reminded of that just now.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Cast more stuff to ward off
You have
misfortune.
about 4 minutes left.
It's a witch-shaped candle.
Inspecting that probably does nothing. So you know what? Let's just go sit on the seesaw.
Huh? Alone?
Yeah.
They both sounded so sad. There's a page.
How do you feel?
Like a kid with no friends.
Too real.
There's something on the ground. Pick it up.
Splash, splash, water spell. Terp paw //. That's what is written.
What could that be? Memorize it, Aiba.
A water spell?
There's something here. A piece of paper.
Does it say anything?
Hot, hot blaze spell. Ziblato toe.
Hot, hot blaze spell. Think we can use it for something?
That's probably for the candle.
It's a witch-shaped candle.
The one on the left.
Skewer that candle and cook it.
This is not a barbecue. I will light the fire. Hot, hot blaze spell. Ziblato toe.
Oh, it lit up.
The candle is gone.
Aiba, look!
Hey, we got the candy now.
So the witch candle must be tied to the picture.
The witch is gone. Now we have these assorted snacks.
Cookie.
Huh. Something came out over there.
Let's go.
Eat the cookie. People fuck.
A large chocolate chip cookie. It must contain at least 3 days worth of calories.
Throw it. The share. Eat it. I guess we'll share it.
Who should I share it with? I do not see Kizuna.
Share with Mizuki.
Maybe you can just pretend.
It isn't breaking.
Nice.
Maybe it's not a real cookie.
That could be the case. It's a large cookie.
Wait, what? Wait, do I have to heat up the cookie?
Chocolate chip cookies are good when you heat them up in the microwave.
Ah, like the Country Mom brand.
Alright, let's try heating it up with the fire spell.
Hot, hot blaze spell! Z blah to
Actually grilling my
Smells
cookie.
good.
I'm getting hungry.
Perfect.
Looks good.
You know what to do with this delicious cookie now, right?
Now we eat it.
It's a large cookie.
That cookie in the picture book was partially eaten, right? Try to bite it the same way.
I see. That may indeed trigger something. All right, here I go.
God
That's
damn, what a
huge
bite.
Another book.
After many da-da-da, she da-da-da, to da-da-da, da-da-da, to da-da-da, da-da-da.
3 minutes left, Mizuki. Careful now.
I'll read it. Father, you liar. How many times have you lied to me? Gretel finally shed a tear. Ever since her mother died, her father has been working all the time. She barely got to spend any time with him. Her father gave her tons of snacks, but Gretel was not happy. Do not worry, I'll beat up any evil-doing witches around here. Her father would reassure Gretel after hearing tales of evil witches. But the evil witch was inside Gretel. The witch filled her with sadness and turned her selfish. Her older sister Hannah tried hard to cheer Gretel up, but Gretel's tears didn't stop.
Father.
No, the world is cracking. Read the story of the witch. To get the glass slippers.
This must be her memories of her father, Richi Chieda. It seems that Kizuna was quite sad.
I can kinda relate. Oh, the book changed again!
We should take a look.
How much time do we have? We have a lot of time left.
More text. Gretel continued to cry and cry for a long, long time. Something happened to the slide.
So herself is herself and the main characters. Cinderella spent a dreamy night with the prince.
It's a large picture book. This one appears to be Cinderella.
I don't have any time thingies. I'll read it.
The title is Cinderella.
Cinderella.
Below that, it says, Cinderella spent a dreamy night with the prince.
A castle. And a clock. One of the hands fell. It wasn't a regular picture, I guess.
This shorthand. Can we use it for something?
Let's hold on to it, just in case.
Girl hit one glass slipper in a da-da-da, similar to how da-da-da. What in the balloon?
The clock is part of the slide. On closer inspection, the hour hand is missing.
You're right.
Match our hand.
Let's take the shorthand from earlier and... there. It fits perfectly. What's going on?
The book is spinning. It wants to dance.
Now this is a crazy trick.
Kizuna does appear timid, but I suppose she can be expressive at times.
I never would have thought. I guess she hides it well.
Another change to the picture book.
The shoe.
Where should we start?
The many sad events. She da-da-da, to da-da-da, to da-da-da.
Mizuki, you have less than 2 minutes left. Please hurry.
Don't have a whole lot of time here.
It's the entrance to Iowan. I can see a glass slipper inside. The door is closed.
Probably locked.
This...
A code?
If we know the 4-digit code, we can open this.
4 digits long, huh? No time to brute force it, I guess.
Oh, wait. It has a colon here.
Yeah? Interesting.
Type number. Oh, is it the clock? Okay. Break a window. Wait, what's over here?
Oh?
Oh,
time
this is probably where we have to place the
That's
shoe.
right. It was buried here.
A time capsule?
6 years ago, Leon proposed to Kizzy. He gave her glass slippers instead of an engagement ring. They agreed that if they felt the same way after 6 years, yada yada yada. Anyway, they decided to bury the thing here till the time came. I completely forgot about it. But it looks like Kizzy remembered.
So inside there is an engagement... shoe?
Yes.
Just one, though. The other's missing. I wonder if it's around here somewhere.
We have the shoe. No.
The clock is part of the slide.
Take off, inspect.
This clock was in sync with the movement of the ground, but it's not moving anymore. The hands have settled on a time. 11:59, it looks like?
11:59. That's a minute before the spell cast on her wears off.
11:59. Is that the code we gotta punch in?
It's the entrance. What 4 digits should I enter?
11:59.
It worked.
Easy.
I had a feeling the time on the clock was the key.
A glass slipper. The right one, to be exact.
This has gotta have some kind of significance.
We should hold on to it for now.
Put it in the box. Oh wait, there's an eyeball right there. What the? 72. Oh, Tamagotchi. Who are you loyal to? My idol. Right. Totally.
Huh?
And 2 eyeballs. Yeah.
A time capsule.
Close box. Wait, but what about the one that I have? No, she. Wait, what?
Huh. It opened.
Perhaps it will not work with just one shoe.
That's a good point.
Did I not pick it up? I think she did.
A time cap.
Oh, inserts you. Is it right there? I thought it said inspect.
A time capsule. Got it.
There we go.
It turned into a picture book again.
Only a minute left.
Big Sis found out about
I don't know if we're gonna have enough time for
and
this.
started panicking. Cinderella, even if someone proposes to you, you can't just accept it right away. Don't answer until you know who they really are. Wait 5 or 6 years. This was her advice to Cinderella. Big Sis was worried about her naive little sister. Cinderella thought it was a bit much, but she smiled. If I ever meet a person that important to me, I will introduce them to my big sister first. It would be so much fun to share a meal together. And so, Cinderella dreamed another dream.
Such nice music
I
in this one.
received those wonderful slippers, but I cannot dance anymore. I am not worthy of him. I cannot be his princess. What should I do? Big Sis?
Kizzy.
We have less than a minute and there's 2 locks left. The story of the unrequited love. Pop the balloon.
Is that the bell?
The clock moved. Midnight. The time her spell wears off. What's going on?
No more. Show me no more. Let me hear no more. I don't want this anymore.
A frog. Pepper.
It stopped.
The spell wore off. Kizuna must feel that she can no longer be a princess. What should we do? Kizuna doesn't want
Go
to
kiss
look
the
anymore.
frog.
I don't want her to suffer, but we have to keep going.
The many side events. Do not be. Go give Pepper a kiss. 11 seconds.
Does it say something?
Yes, another spell. Or a counter spell to be precise. Transformation Dispel. Former Rand's Titan Sid.
A transformation dispel.
Was anything transformed?
Maybe you can use it on that thing.
On Pepper.
Mizuki, you have less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna have enough time for this.
The picture of the frog with the crown.
Wasn't there a clock here earlier? Why did it change?
I think it might be hidden.
What did we spend so much time on? Wait, which one is it? Is it the bottom one? I think it's the bottom one.
Let's go! Transformation Dispel! Titan Sid!
Why did we even waste a lot of time in the
Is this
beginning?
the rudder of a ship?
Or the wheel part of a spinning wheel.
Right, the Thorn Princess.
This wheel has the numbers 1 through 12 on it.
It's like a clock.
It's the wheel part of a spinning wheel.
Turn clockwise, turn counterclockwise. Well... turn back time.
The Thorn Princess sleeps when she is pierced by the needle on the spinning wheel. Should I not touch it?
We're practically sleeping already. Just do it.
You're not taking
And
this
plus,
very
about to run out of time, so
seriously.
it's fine. They have to turn it clockwise.
Turning this makes the ground move.
Just like the clock from earlier, it's connected to the floor
Up
here.
the balloon. No, we won't have enough time. Not like this.
If this is supposed to represent a clock, maybe we can change the time.
So if we turn it clockwise, we can get new information.
And now it's probably gonna spin and pop the balloon, right? I can't make it to the balloon in 1 second.
The balloon popped.
Now we can check the swings.
The Thorn Princess continued to sleep. She slept to avoid facing her sadness. She slept, trapped by terrible memories. She did not want to be hurt by them anymore. No need to cry and shy away anymore. But why? Why do I keep waking up? Why do I keep remembering it? My chest aches. My heart breaks with yours. Never again.
There's a checkpoint here where they only have 1 second left. Man, if only this was the last one, it would have been good. Fawns awaken me. Inside the fawns.
I never knew this is how she felt.
Any more of this could leave her hurt. Should we continue, Mizuki?
It would be worse to leave her like this. Something's weighing on Kizzy's heart, and I want to take that burden away. She's one of my best friends.
I understand. I believe in you, Mizuki.
Memories with her loving big sister was what kept her inspired.
Mizuki, you're out of time.
Oh my god, I made it to the swing just in time. Well, out of time though. Unless this is the very last thing.
To stay together.
Kizuna?
But I kinda doubt
You
that.
said you will be with me forever.
Is this when she and her older sister got split up?
But please. Fine. Will you at least play a game with me? Remember how we used to kick our slippers up? You used to beat me all the time, but now if I win, please stay.
How I almost fell asleep playing it. No, I didn't almost fall asleep playing it. I just felt uncomfortable. That game just made me uncomfortable. That game made me feel like a creep. I could not play it. It just felt wrong. Oh my god, no, it wasn't the last one.
The rules are simple. Kick the shoe further to win. And just like we used to, it will be best of 3.
The vision is so
Shall I go
blurry.
first?
Yeah, let's do this.
Play a shoe toss game with Kusuni 3 times. Win twice to get victory. Do we have enough time for this? Tilt the left stick in the direction of the swing to charge up the couch. Power. Couch hurdle. When the remaining time hits 0, you will kick your shoe up. The shoe will travel the distance to the couch. It's just a strange type of game. Very, very strange. That yet you're just, you know, stalking and peeping into someone's camera. And then you have to like look up recordings by a keyword and stuff. And just sit and watch a hidden camera. It's just, I don't know, it's weird, man. Made me feel like a creep. It's at least not for me. I mean, it is a pretty interesting concept for a game, but it's just not for me, man. It just made me feel uncomfortable that I was basically just stalking someone. This is so odd. Tell the left stick in the direction of the swing. That's really far. Hyper's turn. Oh, wait, what? Somehow made it.
Big sis, so you want to leave me? No, you've got it all wrong. What should I do, Mizuki?
Maybe it's better if you don't win?
Oh, we have to lose on purpose? But a game like that game that's called like Her Story and stuff, that game makes a lot more sense because it's, you know, you're just watching interrogation footage. It makes a whole lot more sense. It, you know, it feels more normal and more right. Just watching interrogation footage than creeping on random people's day-to-day life for a random camera. Doesn't feel right, man. Feels weird. Holy shit, that's really far. Alright, so what if I lose on purpose? Oh no, I can't get a good momentum going. Whatever shall I do?
Aiba, come on.
This is my first time on a swing.
Oh, is that all, big sis?
What if I wanna lose on purpose? So they don't have to separate. No, no, I didn't make it. Oh god. What happens now since I lost on purpose?
I lost.
Maybe it was better for Kizzy.
You promised! Please, don't leave! Big sis, what should we do today?
Yeah, she's
You
happy
wanna
now.
read the picture book together?
Big sis, what should we do today?
Oh no, the conversation is looping.
We have to win.
Yeah. Kizuna,
Oh.
let's play again.
I have to win. I can't lose on purpose. That's fair, yes. God damn. Full power.
Good job, Aiba.
Big sis, so you want to leave me?
No, you've got it all wrong. What should I do, Mizuki?
Maybe it's better if you don't win?
For the flawless swing game. Gonna win all three.
My physical
All
prowess
Japanese.
triumphs again.
Japan shoe toss champion.
You really do not like me anymore.
And for the final win. All power.
Yay, we won! Hooray!
Aren't you enjoying this a little too much?
Witness me, Mizuki. Observe my perfect control!
The thorns!
I suppose there is no beating you, big sis.
Can't even read that because the screen is so blurry. Because I'm out of time.
Memory. It must be the memory hidden away, deep in
Look at how
Kizuna's
blurry
heart.
she is.
Inhumane genome experiments carried out at Horadori's research facility.
What?
This is what Kizuna was hiding.
Don't tell me I have to go pick that up because I am out of time. Thank you, Ava. Picking it up.
Riichi Chieda. It's Kizuna's father's diary.
Oh my god, we did it. Holy fuck, it's a miracle. Did it with even less than a second left. Oof. Overflow the emotions. Yeah, I had fucking 0.18 seconds left. Rainbow. And where I begun, Mizuki chapter 1. Anyway, usually care her doors and recently, and so Kizzy and I came to Ion.
Kitty, is this?
Yes, the diary that was in the chairman's office.
A slide. Tense and upset. Last, oh, a t-shirt and a hero belt. What were you looking for at Horador Institute?
This morning, Father asked me to look for something in the office. I accidentally knocked some books off the shelf, and I saw this. When it fell to the ground, this page was open, face up. I knew I should not have read it. I regretted it immediately. Terrible things were written there. Things about a girl whose genes were forcibly rewritten.
Oh, is that maybe your masked Mysterious
Why didn't you
masked
tell me
lady.
this before?
Well, I think it would be best if you read this.
I read the diary that Casey handed me. What it said was shocking. You won't believe page 7. There was a girl, the child whose DNA was rewritten. AYAYA performed this task himself. The goal was to find a cure for aging, but the results were unexpected. Child had superhuman athletic abilities. Strength, endurance, agility, they were all well beyond that of normal adults. And those abilities only grew as she got older. That sounds a lot like our masked lady, maybe. The child was raised away from the other kids at Ion. When she was there, she was adopted. The child's name was... What's the name? Come on.
Mizuki.
What? It's me? It's Misuki? God damn, well, I guess that explains why she's so powerful and strong.
The family name was Okiura.
Oh.
Mizuki. I'm genetically modified? But what about Daddy and Mom? They weren't my real parents?
What? He was adopted this whole time? Huh? Wait, but then who are her real parents? Traveler, Misuki, chapter 2. God, but Yuki's here. Oh, and the other half of that guy's corpse is here.
Chikara's left half.
I started early this morning around sunshine. A body was found in Yagi Park. It looks to be sliced in half. And I bolted out the house and came as fast as we could.
Mizuki, are you okay?
Yeah. It's not the first time I've seen a dead body.
That is not what I am referring to. You hardly got any sleep last night. You must be mentally exhausted. Though, I suppose that is perfectly understandable. Anyone in a similar situation would...
It's fine. That's that, this is this. Let's just focus on the investigation. The body is Chikara's. If we can figure out more about this case, we can figure out other things.
Oh, Tomaguchi. What tattoos do you want? A dragoon. I like dragoons too. I have a statue of one in my office. She was adopted this whole time. And before her real mom is that crazy cult lady. The lady of that crazy cult lady's apparently died, but maybe that's a lie. Maybe that was just a cover-up. Maybe she never died and it's Misuki this whole time.
Mizuki, search here later. Focus on taking statements for now.
I made Wink Sink the crazy guy.
No way. It can't be.
Before inspecting the body, we should question the people around.
Kagami. Ask his name.
Didn't I already tell you?
Huh? I don't think so.
Okay, well, my name is Kagami.
Okay, Kagami.
Is she actually gonna remember it?
I want to become the best policeman I can be. Inspector Kagami. The inspector who loves to inspect with mirrors. Inspector Kagami.
Inspector Kagami. Oh. No, his name already. I don't need to ask again. Any new intel?
The DNA results came back already. There's no doubt this body is Chikara Horadori's. Estimated time of death is 2:11 at 8 p.m. Nothing on his person.
Ask for his opinion.
I don't understand this at all. What's really going on here?
What's your favorite food?
Curry?
Aren't you supposed to say something funny? Come on, I'm
Sir?
talking to you.
Sorry. Jeez.
What's your favorite food?
It's poop.
What?
What?
My favorite food is duty.
This gives me flashbacks to elementary school.
What the hell? About the body.
Horadori. This is terrible.
You find something?
So far, nothing.
Why are you here?
What? Did you think I came here to play frisbee?
Yes.
I came after I heard about what happened. I need to solve this case. It's my destiny. The investigation is at a standstill. Honestly, things aren't looking good. But that's no reason to abandon this case. Mr. Date wouldn't want me to just give up. He told me something. Ryuki, you have the potential to become our ace at Abyss. I believe in you, and I need to live up to those words. I need to arrest terror with my own hands.
You okay?
Huh? What?
Like, mentally. You know.
I'm fine. I'm more worried about you. You okay?
What are you talking about?
You seem kind of down.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, if you say so.
About the body.
What's wrong?
Well, thinking about what happened 6 years ago, how could this happen? Anyway, that half of a body is definitely Chikara's. I saw Chikara's right half at Sekiba High. This is the other half.
Any leads?
Nothing in particular. Park cameras didn't pick up anyone suspicious. Means no witnesses. We got nothing.
Who found the body? Who first found the body?
Someone who was jogging early in the morning. He said when he found the body, he didn't see anyone else around. He's getting interrogated back at HQ right now. I'm sure he's got nothing more to offer, though.
And I wasn't allowed to ask for his opinion?
I want to solve this case so bad. It has to be me. Well, see ya.
Okay, bye, I guess.
I wonder if Ryuki is okay. He seemed a little panicky.
Yes, but we shouldn't worry about him.
Tama
right
will
now.
keep him under control,
We should
hopefully.
search the area, Mizuki. Maybe we can find some sort of clue.
Yeah, got it.
Didn't get to ask for his opinion, though. Oh well.
Let us begin. We should search this area.
On it.
Via.
This used to be the machine room. It was used to house the pump that regulated the flow of the fountain. but records indicate it is no longer in use.
Concrete bench. The bench is around the fountain. Never would have guessed. It's a wooden bench. The vending machine will give us a vital clue.
It's an alcohol-free vending machine.
Non-alcoholic beer.
So, hashtag ad, hashtag sponsor. Saps Cola.
A stone monument.
Mizuki, check the backside as well. It is Chikara Horadori's left side. It is cut at the molecular level. There are no other wounds to the body. This must be the cause of death. It is safe to presume the culprit is the same. Terror. This should be clear, but this is almost definitely not the murder scene. There are no traces of blood anywhere. The time
What
of
is all
death
that
is
in the
accurate
middle of his
to what the
body?
inspector told us.
It's a
Last night,
ice?
around 8 o'clock on the 11th. But why?
Guys killed around 8 p.m. Don't worry, battery's on the other side.
What is this? Letters inside the body?
What?
There are metal plates embedded into the corpse. They appear to be alphabetic letters.
R-L-E.
That seems to be the case.
HLE. Ali. Wait, there's a balloon in here? What the fuck is this shit? Pennywise, Monka W.
Looks like there's something there.
We should take a look.
A balloon.
It seems to be.
It's two colors.
Half is red and the other half is blue.
There's something inside.
No need to use X-ray. We can see inside. Mizuki, try popping it.
On it.
Bonk.
Two X's?
Or perhaps two pairs of intersecting arrows.
This pair of balloon. The piece of paper inside the balloon had two pairs of interesting arrows. AEF? What in the...
What is this?
A mixture of iron powder, activated carbon, and saline solution. The contents of a disposable hand warmer. Something is written here. It is emitting heat. If you use thermo mode...
It says AEF.
How did he write that up here? Bye-bye.
What do you think, Mizuki?
Letters on the body in the monument. And the piece of paper in the balloon. Terror is just playing with us.
He does seem to be taunting us. Perhaps challenging us? It is certain that the culprit must have planted these clues. Mizuki, you need to solve this. You can do it.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Those are the clues we have so far. The letters AEF on the monument. The letters RLE inside the body. And the piece of paper with the two pairs of intersecting arrows. Do you know what this could mean? Think, Mizuki.
Pasta? What does this mean? What? Can I just spell apostle?
Are you serious? You don't get it?
Of course I get it. This is easy.
Well, let's hear it.
Did I spell it wrong?
I see. You don't get
I
it.
don't, yes.
Why not try combining the clues together?
Exactly. AEF. How?
That should help you.
Dot dot dot. Can I not look at it all together, like next to each other, please? I guess not. What do the hints mean? AEFRLE. Wait, but what about the arrows? It's probably supposed to spell something. Hold on. Where's paint? I need to draw this in. If we have the arrows like that. How are you supposed to? How are you supposed to make sense of this? Is that the show that you picked? Oh, nice. What show did you pick for the two of you? The superhero show? Daybreak. What is that? Sounds like a zombie show. Ah, yeah. Yeah, it is a zombie. Oh god. Star Wars marathon of everything? Holy fuck. Yeah, that's gonna keep both of you busy for quite some time. The Star Wars anime? Oh yeah, didn't that recently come out or something? Oh yeah, last year. Yeah, that's true. I forgot that was a thing. And then even making a season 2. It was that popular. Wait, hold on. No, that doesn't spell anything that makes sense. You had to get a drink. Getting ready for your movie or show watching. Trailer for the show. Not show. For sure, for sure. Well, I mean, I guess I could try that. Why not? We haven't tried that yet. Yeah. Just type it in the way that it shows up. So like this. It doesn't really spell anything that makes sense, though.
I see. You don't get it.
I'm sorry, Ava.
Why not try combining the clues together?
I wish I could look at it next to each other. These favorite the letters I'll eat.
That should help you.
It didn't help you. Yeah, especially when it goes by so fast. You don't have time to read it. Well, not read it, but you know, you can't look at all three of them next to each other. Is it supposed to be in alphabetical order? Yeah, I don't think that's the... I mean, I guess, like, why not? Worth a try, I guess. Does this spell anything that we know? If this is not it, let's have a look at the files, I guess. See if there's anything that spells this.
I see. You don't get it.
I'm sorry, Aiba. Okay, hold on. Don't you just want someone to talk to? Not right now, but sure. Why not?
Worried about school?
I live in a society.
Ah, I see. Worried about work?
That's right.
You don't like work?
It's tough.
I can see how that would be difficult. Work can be difficult at times. But I'm guessing that is not the issue. Instead of bemoaning how hard it is, why not come up with ways to make it easier?
Very true.
If it is still too hard, you might be working at a sweatshop. I would quit at that point.
I have a feeling today's gonna be a good day.
Yes, I do feel as if I may possibly feel like today might be a good day.
Wait, do you want attention too? What can you not throw away? Money, justice, pride, Tessa figures. Tessa figures. Right. Totally. Can I finally look at my files? Hold on. Let me write the letters down here again. There you go. Yes, let's see. Does that spell anything that we know of? That's 6 letters. I don't think so. I do not think so. I do not think so, though. What do the arrows mean? What do they mean? What do the arrows mean? Has a lot of spoilers in the trailers. Wow. Sounds about right. Modern day trailers in a nutshell right there. Spoils half the show or movie or game. That's either. That makes sense at least. Be here for hours. Yeah, we don't want that. Especially since you're about to start watching it. With Chris. Oh, I need some. Huh? They canceled it. Not surprising. It's Netflix. They like to cancel things left and right that are successful. Wait, does that spell anything? Hold on. Does that spell anything that makes sense? That has 7 seats. That's not good. What is that even about? Murder mystery in season 1. What? Then they changed it. Then it became something completely different in future seasons. I don't know if this is the answer, but why not? Might as well try.
Why not try combining the clues together?
I do not understand
That should help you.
what the piece of paper is useful for. Hi from Chris. Well, hello back from Leo. Maybe I'm not even supposed to make sense. Maybe I'm not even supposed to write anything out of the letters. We can still look at it here. Hey, and there he is. The man himself is here now. In the chat room. He's eating his carrot. I already typed puzzle. Well, she didn't like that. What else could it be? Yeah, we'll try this, I guess.
I see. You don't get it.
I don't. No.
Why not try combining the clues together?
I'm sorry, Aiba. Yeah, and the piece of paper and the two balloons that you got.
That should help you.
Really doesn't, no. What do the hints mean? I mean, it could mean a lot of things. Why don't you tell me, Aiba? Wait. I mean, I guess it's okay. Hold on. Let's just guess it again, and then I'm just gonna take a picture of the clues so that way we can look at them. Let's just type something.
I see. You don't. Why not?
Picture. And picture. And picture.
That should help you.
There we go. I wish. So now we can look at them. Right, yes, if we have that, and then we have these. Well, she shows us this first. Okay, hold on. Back to paint. So what if we, what if it's A, then the next one is B and then F, then RLE. And there isn't enough arrows. How would that make any sense? Two pairs of intersecting arrows. Nice screenshot. What is it? Aiba looking at the book? Wait, so... okay, hold on. So yeah, we have the E at the bottom one at the bottom here, and then the F at the bottom here. I don't think that's it, but like if you put them on top of each other, it becomes like an E. Then what if you put the L on top of the E? Then it doesn't really change anything. And then the A on top of the R. That just becomes a strange letter. I don't think that's it either. How are we supposed to make sense of this? How are we supposed to make sense of the arrows? Not like this. Or maybe it is something like that. The arrows means that they're, I don't know, crossing paths. And you do have to put the letters on top of each other, but it doesn't make any sense. Then the A, if you put the A on top of the R, that doesn't become anything, does it? It looks like a strange letter. That doesn't look like a letter. Yeah, no, that doesn't look like a letter. I can click enter just by putting in one letter, but probably does have to be 6 letters. There's something to do with that placement and the alphabet, maybe? Let's try that, I guess. But then how would that accomplish? I don't know. Let me try something. I mean, that does fill out all the lines. If it's their placement in the alphabet. Wait, can I type? Can I spell numbers? Number.
I see.
No.
What? That should help you.
Should it now? What? I don't know, that just makes it even more confusing. If it's that placement in the alphabet, the number placement in the alphabet. Indeed. What do the hints mean? It means clue.
I see. Why not try combining the clues together?
Ow. I'm running out of options. I'm running out of ideas. I'm running out of ideas. And how we could possibly combine them. Letters. Letter.
I see.
No.
Why? That should help you.
What if we put it backwards? What's this? AEF. Laif.
I see. Why? That should help.
Relief.
I see. That should help you.
I don't get it, Aiba. Can you throw another hint at me, please? Two pairs of intersecting arrows. That's... What else could we try? What is this again? Then it's ease. Oh, it's just as simple as putting them in alphabetical order. Properly. But I mean, I guess if we try, it's something I haven't tried yet. A E F L R.
I see. Why not? That should help you.
Good it now. What was the first thing we did? I don't remember. We tried so many things. I guess the first thing we tried was putting them in the order that they appeared. Oh no, the first thing we tried was... Oh yeah, actually, yeah, just putting them in the order that they appeared. But that wasn't it. The final level doesn't exist. What? So you can't even beat it? Oh, they just copied the achievement list. There's only 13 levels. Then what? It's like, hey, beat all 14 levels or something. Wow. Nice. Smooth. Literally just copy pasted it. Wow. They're making it extra level to fix it. Nice, they're patching in a level. An extra one so you can actually get it. So it's not stuck on 90%. Making. Oh, the levels are copied from the previous game, yeah. Just gotta copy paste a different level then. Oh, yeah, just gotta copy paste and patch it in. And easy. Nice. That's kind of funny though. that's kind of funny. That they didn't double check unless you just copied the trophy, the achievement list. Copy paste it. Getting to change the artwork, so showing a game from a different series. Okay, now that's even more goofy. What a debate if you're playing it for the first time, you boot it up and it's like, wait, wow, what is this? Did I boot up the wrong game or something? Why? This is not the game I bought. What a troll. Oh, is the achievement artwork they forgot to change? So when you go and look at it, it's just like, wait, hold on, that doesn't look like it's from this game. What happened here? That doesn't quite look like it's from here. The artworks are the same. Well, I guess that doesn't surprise me either. From what you've been telling. Let's try this. Let's put them all in their separate box. Ham needs more than one guy. What? He's got like a whole team and everything? A whole team of like, I don't know, a handful of people just pumping out these games, copy pasting them. That's surprising to hear. Is it it's not a compass, right? Isn't compass with an extra S?
I see.
No, oh my god.
You don't get it. Why not try combining the clues together?
Should be patches and not their own game.
That should help you.
They're slowly improving it more and more with every game. Oh, that, yeah. Like exiting the menu with B. Using the D-pad in menus. You couldn't even do that in some of the earlier ones? Yeah. Invert flight option. Actually having a pause menu. Very, very, very basic features nowadays. Wow, they are just very, very slowly improving the game. Every release. Basic features. That the games are detailed. Checkpoints. Oh, they also added that later. If you don't search for an hour. Hey, they gotta make sure you get your money's worth, I guess. And there's free left. Doesn't make any sense. Tons of other pounds. Sounds like they could do some QA, also playtesting before they publish it. But hey, I guess you're that playtester now. All the players that play the game, they are playtesters. Free labor. Be complete in under an hour. Maybe they just boot it up to the menu and they're like, ah, yeah, that works. That's good enough. Ship it. Ah, yeah, boot up into the menu. Ah, yeah, okay, that's fine. Ship it. Let's go. I do not understand. I don't understand. What is this? What are you supposed to do here? What does it all mean? What do all these arrows mean? What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Exactly, the voices. The voices. No, I don't get it. Why do I still hear them tell them to stop? I don't understand this partial. I don't understand. I don't understand. Did I try asking Jeeves? No, that I have not tried that yet. That's something I haven't tried now. Might have to though. Might have to ask Jeeves about this one. Cause I'm about to throw in the towel. I'm at a loss. What do the hints mean? What do they mean? What, so it's not... So is it not supposed to spell anything, maybe? Cool. Spells the sass from B. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're not wrong about that. Very true. It's spelling the sass from me right now because I can't. I don't know what it means. You got me, culprit. You got me, murderer. I don't know. You don't get it.
I see. You don't get it.
Exactly.
Why not try combining the clues together?
Why not try combining the clues together? This is the first one that she shows. Use your L sense. My L sense. What is L? My L sense? Like detective vision from Batman? L can figure out anything. What the fuck is L? Guy from Death Note? Oh yeah, we're talking about the guy from Death Note. Yeah. Does anyone have his number? Phone him up really quick. I need his help with this. It's driving me insane. Why not try to combine the clues? That's his number. Hi, thanks, Boxy. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. You got it. I'll give him a call and hope he picks up. Hopefully he's not busy trying to solve a case with some crazy kid with a book, a notebook rather. Parties after a murder case in Hokkaido. In Hokkaido, huh? Interesting. It doesn't happen to be a bald man that they're looking for, right? Or perhaps even a flamingo? With a fish? Oh? How does he know? How does he know? How does he know they're looking for a bald man? Is he working with him? Is he an accomplice? Arrest this man. Oh my god! Thanks for the tip, man. I'm gonna tell him real quick about it. I'm gonna give it to him real quick. Easy money back. Easy stocks. Shit. Should have kept my mouth quiet and called him myself. Hokkaido, because Japan. Exactly, it makes perfect sense. Been in this context. What if I something like this? So the first one is A and then the T. The emote autofill broken for me? Yeah, it was earlier when I was watching Boss. Yeah, I was watching Boss earlier, it was broken, yeah. Wait, so... LE. Let me see, does it work for me now? Emote thing. Yeah, it works for me. It works for me now, the emote though. Let me try Alien Gathering. Yeah. Type AL and then Alien Gathering, Unpleased, Alien Walk, Hello, AYAYA Love. Hold up, pops up. Oh, you fixed it? Oh, yeah, I fixed that up for you. Nice. I don't understand. Perfect. Oh. Yeah, the alien dance, jamming out of this music, it's perfect. Okay, so yeah, I've been like drawing this in paint. Hold on. Yeah, like here we are. This is what this looks like if we put them together. She's so confused by it, like, what the fuck am I looking at? Just like, what? Ew, get that away from me. Honestly, perfect. What the fuck did you make in paint? Get that away from me. I'm sorry, AYAYA girl. Like, trying to solve this puzzle here. So we have the letters A, E, F, I, L, E, and that's when the two pairs of intersecting arrows connected, like they're put together. But like, oh, ease. Like, yeah. Is there a way to solve this, or is this particular thing called something that I don't know? Is this particular thing, like, does it have a name? It's weird, man. What do you mean it feels weird, man? What is it called in English? You can't remember. I didn't go to an English school. What is this particular thing called in English? Because I don't have no idea. That's probably why I don't know the answer, because I don't know what this particular way of solving something is called. Hey, I'm done in your situation, so you have fun, Leo. I want to go back to my own game. You have fun sitting here for the next 5 hours, okay? I'll come back in a bit and check up with you. Man, yeah, I don't... Time for some... AYAYA like a Batman. I'll be back in an hour or two, Leo. See if you're still stuck here. I'll enjoy my AYAYA like a Batman now, though. Have fun. Yeah, man, I don't know what this solution or particular way of solving something is called in English. Is it a 6-letter word though? Oh, it's just a cipher? That's what it's called? That is a 6-letter word. Try it. Please. I feel like that might actually be it. Because man, if this is it, well, let me just say, man, yeah, I was bending my brain in all sorts of ways trying to come up with a word for what this could be, but all my brain could come up with is puzzle, clue, answer. That's the only thing my brain could think of whatever this could be. If the cipher, if it is a cipher. Let's see here.
I see. You don't get it.
Oh, never mind. It's not a cipher either. What the fuck, man? Damned. Wrecked. Thank you, though. Thank you, though, Boxy. For trying to help. Appreciate it. It's a good guess, though. Very, very good guess. Better than what I could come up with. Exactly. If you know I don't get it, just tell me what it is, smart ass. Like, come on, man, you're a super intelligent AI. You know, like, fucking everything pretty much. Just please, just tell me I don't get it. This is for the case. This is for the sake of the case. So please, just tell me. What is it? I clearly don't get it. That's like my, I don't know, 10th time getting it wrong, so please. At this point, just tell me, Aiba. Paper inside the balloon had 2 passengers. Yeah. Okay, well then, hold on. What if we put the maybe this will help? So that would be like an arrow here. As this he's looking at. I don't think this helps anymore. AEFILE. I already tried that. That was like the first thing I tried. I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
That should help.
I'm gonna be really surprised if this is it, because this is like the first thing I tried, I'm pretty sure.
I see.
Yeah, it's the very first thing I tried. It's not that. It's something to do with the arrows. I think. Piece of paper inside the balloon had 2 intersecting arrows. Yeah, the 2. It's still connected here, so yeah, I drew the arrows here. But I don't know. Real EF. Have I tried that? Let's find out.
What? That should help you.
So I don't care. Well, I do care about the solution, but I also want to know how you're supposed to solve it. If I even am supposed to solve it yet, I'm not sure. It just says, what do the hints mean?
I see. You don't get it.
I'm sorry, Aiba. Because I feel like I've tried almost everything. Brute force. I don't think it's supposed to spell something. I feel like it's not supposed to spell something. You're supposed to like put this and this together into this and then somehow get something out of it. At the end, you notice the solution. Wait, the shortcut and box snag. Wait, which shortcut? This is Twitch message. And on the end. I'm getting the permit to the volcano area. Permit to the volcano area. Oh, that's in like the desert type area or something like that, right? Actually, no, I do remember the volcano from Bugsnack. Vaguely. Kind of. Like, go inside it. I think we'll give this another 10 minutes. And if we don't get it, I'm just gonna have to Throw in the towel. And look up what the hell you're supposed to get from this. These units had to be unit 2 passing the arrows. What does it mean? What should it all mean? What does all the arrows mean? We've been at this for a little bit now too, though. AEF RLE. Just the arrows.
A few hours later.
Exactly. A few hours later. Still here trying to solve this goddamn puzzle. Cipher, whatever it may be.
Why not?
Why not try to combine them?
That should help you.
Really? What do the hints mean? Shitty. That's what they mean, the hints. Saucy. Saucy. Spelled with 3 S's. That's what they mean. If I back out, I'm pretty sure she's just gonna say the same thing, right?
I see.
Yeah.
That should help you.
It really doesn't, Ipa. It really doesn't. Let me think. Is there anything they said or that happened? That could help, but does that mean something? I don't think so. What do the hints mean? Kiss Una. I don't know why it would be her. Why the solution would be her, but why not?
I see.
Of
You
course.
don't get it.
I was expecting that.
Why?
Why? Why indeed?
That should help you.
Kiryu. C. Don't mind the C at the end, but yeah, Kiryu. That's your solution. Oh, for Chan. Hey, that's a good one, yeah. Kiryu with a C at the end for Chan. Kiryu-chan. Kiryu-chan. Ayaya. Ayaya. Ryuki. Does it spell Misuki? There ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I see. You don't get it.
The ending of Zero? What, Yakuza Zero? I don't know how that ends. Never played. Yeah, no, it's not long enough. Which version is... Oh, hold on, my Tomoguchi wants attention. What's two of you like using? A hand grenade. And throw? That's crazy. I'm not close to answering questions. Curious about everyone else, so I'll be going to the others now. I'll be going. Nice. Another one for the collection. Need some more questions to become an adult. Which one do you want? The 5 quadrillion yen. 6 times the national partridge pin. But that's the PS3 version of Yakuza Zero? I didn't even know that. That was just, yeah. I guess that explains why I don't know about it. I haven't heard of it.
Why not try combining the clues together? That should help you.
You got it. Shut the fuck up, B. Sick, yeah. Oh, so how could I have been this blind? The answer was right there in front of me this whole time. How was he so blind? Of course, Mr. Segel was the answer all along. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. But I said I would give it 10 more minutes and then throw in the towel because I don't know, man. I can't. I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. Let's see. Let's see if Jeeves he can provide some support here. Now, where the fuck even are we? In the story, how would we look this up without spoiling everything? I think it's Misuki chapter 2. Oh. Yeah, okay, I never would have guessed that. Yeah, but then... answer is Jeeves, exactly. Never. It was Jeeves all along. Jeeves was the culprit this whole time. I guess you're not supposed to use the arrows, because... Yeah, the answer to this is the alcohol-free beer. Called L-free. So you are supposed to... Wait, hold on. Yeah, L-free. You are supposed to spell something with this. But... How do you... how do you get it to that? We know what the answer is now, but how... How do you get that? How does that happen? Yeah, so this is the answer right here. Shit. Alfred, no, what, how do you get that from all this? You're just supposed to get it? But then what do you use the arrows for? What are the arrows for? It doesn't say that. It just says the answer. It doesn't say how we get the answer. Well, either way, I was right. I was right, but what I said like an hour ago at this point when we started is that it was a bit suspicious that we could interact with the vending machine. And that the vending machine was going to be the culprit the whole time. Which I guess it is. Well, maybe AYAYA will explain here how the hell you're supposed to get that.
I see. Alfrey. Our search should be related to that.
Man, that's tough.
I see. You don't get it.
Imagine, yeah, if she still said that. I see. You don't get it. Even after looking it up and getting the answer, just no, you still don't get it. Still got it wrong. I would have lost. Oh, I would have been so defeated if that was the case. But yeah, like we interacted with this thing at the beginning of this whole VR section. But yeah, I clicked on it. It's just like, oh, it's just a funny vending machine, and then I made the joke that yeah, it's gonna have vital information for us, which I guess ended up being right. But like we interacted with it, and I just, you know, I completely phased out the name. You know, I didn't remember it at all. It didn't register in my brain at all. Because I didn't think it was actually going to be, you know, vital to this whole thing. I didn't think this vending machine was going to be vital to the whole investigation. And to the puzzle. 5 head. Hindsight's the best hiding spot. Exactly. Because, yeah, I mean, we clicked on it, we interacted with it. She made a comment about it, that it was alcohol-free beer, Alfrey, and that was it. Then yeah, that was it for me too. I just completely phased it out that it was called Alfrey. I didn't think it was gonna play that big of a part. I thought they just made it interactable for fun, because why not? Because I mean, you can interact with the concrete or with the fountain bench, and that doesn't mean anything. So I was just like, oh, it's just that for fun, probably. They're probably just like vending machines. Didn't think it was actually gonna be vital to the whole fucking thing. Either way, let's click on it. Jesus.
It's here. Correct. The Alfrey vending machine. Terror must have led us to this spot.
So, is the message search the all free?
I suppose so.
Then let's get right to it.
Wait, what are you going to do exactly?
I'm going to buy an all free.
But you cannot. You are only 18.
But this is non-alcoholic beer.
Well, it is true that it is technically legal for a minor to purchase non-alcoholic beer, but you have to understand the social and cultural ramifications.
So what do you want me to do?
How do I get Alfrey? Kick it. Beat the vending machine. Like a certain someone you know. A certain bald man you know? Hey, Akira, you come buy it for me? I'm not old enough. Thank you. S detected. Hit the machine with a pipe.
No choice. We gotta do it this way.
Hold it! This footage is weak.
Weak?
It will be too short.
What's too short?
My very important film. In any case, it is time to roll cameras. No rehearsals. Here we go. Ready? Action!
I have no idea what's going on, but oh well, here we go. Wait, this isn't all free.
Open it.
Oh.
That world is a game and I want to play with you. Okay, Jigsaw. I didn't buy it. I smacked the machine and got it for free. I imitated the same thing Tara did in the VR space. Well, not exactly the same, but close enough. As a result, the same can came out and all three of the machine. I opened it and found a piece of paper. It's vandalism to get the can. Hey, I mean, at least I didn't buy it. This world is a game, and I want to play with you. If you win, I'll give you a nice hint. I place 3 balloons in random places around Tokyo. The balloons are red and blue. Look for them. Camera.
Oh, I forgot to turn this switch on.
Yeah, you forgot to turn on the vending machine.
Do you realize how big Tokyo is? How are you going to search for them?
Isn't it obvious? I'll do it on foot.
Ghost Cafe. Ghost face. Oh, God. We were stuck there for so long.
Didn't you search around here already? I thought you wanted to do this on foot.
Defeated by my vending machine friend. Kumakura office. Ghostface. Trying to be Jigsaw. Back on the scooter. What? Why is Leon here? Why is he wearing a collar? What the hell?
Oh, it's you. What happened?
What happened to your voice?
Forget about me. What's with your voice?
It's a long fucking story. What do you want?
I wanted to ask.
I'm here for this?
Yeah, it's
Nice
fine.
one, audio.
The more information, the better.
So about you guys left side was founded. You got packing with a terrorist message. Telling me the balloon search challenge.
Blue and red balloons.
Leon! Help me, Leon! Leon! It's a chair. Man's playing to late on the whiteboard. 27th. Anatomy at the Reform School. Do you not panic if you accidentally open a porn site while you're on the train? What? Do not panic if you accidentally open a porn site while you're on the train. It's very specific, yeah. Makes you wonder. Has that happened before?
Do, re, mi.
So far.
Hot stone spas feel so good.
Thank you, Taika Rock. It's a dragon with a golden ball.
Moma, your lanterns are so big. So big and manly, yes.
What
I don't like where this is going.
is happening? What happened to this man? That's what he said. Some nice big lanterns you got there. Wonder if it can get any bigger. The lanterns.
I hacked into it. There is one item in the search history. How to defeat Mammal.
Oh, they play Sheeran. Wait, how do you need help beating Mammal?
Sounded insulted. That's a wink sink into the sky.
Moma,
Oh, my sweet flower. You shouldn't fall in love with a rogue like me.
But Moma, I can't help myself.
What the fuck?
You're only going down a road of pain and regrets.
No, that's not true. As long as I have you by my side.
Tessa!
Moma.
Tessa!
Is that why he has that device? So he can roleplay with himself? Okay. What's your voice?
This
Vochlocho.
A what?
A voice-changing lock choker. It's a necklace thing that can change your voice. If I wear this, I can have the perfect voice.
The perfect voice? So you actually want to sound like that?
No, you got it all wrong. This was a gift. It came pre-sent like this.
Really?
Who gave it to you?
Shinpei. He gave it to me yesterday. He said it was a thank you gift.
I have analyzed the voice. The voice he is using now is that of Iris Sagan.
Right. I knew I recognized it.
Moma and Shinpei are hardcore ASET fans. Or perhaps I should say, Tessa fans.
So Shinpei gave him that Vochlocho with Iris's voice set as the default?
It seems that way.
What a creep.
I agree.
Vocalogy is a product sold on the dark web. Use a PC to upload someone's voice to analyze their voice profile. Input that information and put the Vocalogy on your neck. This allows for small electric signals to alter the voice. By the way, I'm good at voices too. Thanks, Aipa. CMOS of a mod on there. What is that? You take it off?
The thing about that is, I lost the key.
How?
Oh, it's for free.
I was getting pretty into the booze here at the office last night with this thing on.
So you were playing around with it.
The more details he gives, the creepier he sounds.
I woke up and I couldn't find the fucking key. I thought I had put it somewhere safe or something, but I couldn't remember.
So that's why he called on my services as a lockpick to help.
Oh.
I've known Leon for years. I know what he can do.
Thanks, but those are days I would rather forget.
I never will. Do you have any idea how much money you made me? I'm sure you know this already, but this guy here?
That's in the past. I've gone clean.
Anyway, Leon, get this thing off me. I got shit to do today.
Why don't we leave it on for a bit? Let me hear that cute voice a little longer.
Burn in hell.
How do you like your engine to be supplied? Turbocharger. Roast pork in the paddy fields. Why are you here?
Wait, you weren't listening just now? I'm here to take the Vochlocho off.
Yep, the AYAYA game does in fact continue, Mr. Dante. After we got stuck for a little bit on a puzzle, but we made it past it. Bachikawa's left side being found.
Ugh, stop with that occult crap. I don't like it one bit. I don't get it, and I don't like it. The only thing I can tell you is that I have no idea.
Exactly. Of course, there was the fucking vending machine all along. The vending machine that I paid no mind to. I was just like, oh, it's probably just there for fun. Probably has no meaning, really. Probably has no real impact on the story or anything. Probably just there for fun. Then, yeah, of course, that turns out to be the solution. God damn. So, Chikara's left half being found.
That's a bizarre situation. I don't really know what happened, but I will say this. He got what was coming to him. You know that I was a janitor at Horodori Institute, right? Director Horodori and I talked. I heard a bunch of rumors.
Rumors?
It would take a while to explain, so I'd rather tell you later.
But...
Mizuki, I admit I am curious as well. However...
Right, we need to focus on the balloons.
Have you seen a balloon anywhere?
Haven't seen any.
There are supposed to be 3 balloons. You haven't heard about any of them being spotted?
Sorry, I got nothing.
Damn. We know terror is abnormal. I figured since you're abnormal too, maybe you'd have an idea.
I'm not abnormal. I'm the most normal.
When he raises his voice like that...
It is not what I would call convincing.
It's Moma, his voice sounds off. Have you seen a balloon lady anywhere?
I saw one at Iowan earlier.
The orphanage?
Yeah, it was tied to a tree. I mean, I didn't get a good look at it. It was just out of the corner of my eye.
Thanks, I'll go check it out. But why were you there?
I was there to see my beautiful princess.
Hey, Liam! Please, you get this thing off me already. The Joker.
What?
What's going on?
Moma is losing circulation to his brain.
Oh.
The choker must be preventing blood flow.
Leon, please!
Yeah, got it. Ugh, this old geezer. His breath stinks.
That's not the concern right now. This is life or death.
I can't help it. My sense of smell is better than a giant pouched rat.
What the hell kind of animal is that? Couldn't you have just said dog?
Mizuki, look for the key.
Oddly specific.
The key that will unlock the choker.
I thought I had put it someplace safe or something, but I couldn't remember.
Can't we use X-ray to find it? Oh, looks like he's going to die.
Is that a hidden safe?
Around the statue's
It appears to
necklace.
be. There's an A-set figure, and there it is. It's the key.
Yes,
Just use the
I'm sure it
circular
is.
saw.
Why does he have an
Jesus.
A-set figure?
Saw it off. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? I'm sure that won't hurt him already bit. After all of that. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure he won't actually cut his throat off.
You saved me. Sorry about all the ruckus. Thanks.
You should thank Leon. He's the one who opened the safe.
Haha. The master of unlocking at your service.
Nah, hold on. That don't make sense. Wouldn't picking open the choker be easier than picking the safe? Whatever.
Mizuki, we need to continue our investigation.
Right, we need to find the balloons. Oh, I have an idea.
Aw.
Hey, Moma, can I borrow your Vochloto?
Yeah, sure. You saved my life. I owe you one.
Thanks, Moma.
What the hell are we gonna use it for?
Now then.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, it's nothing new. Yay, let's go visit Mama. Oh, wait, why have you outside? Wait, don't tell me Mama's closed. Is she not open anymore?
No balloons here.
No. We're just looking for balloons, never mind.
Mama at Marble may have information.
Okay, she's still in business.
Yeah, good idea. I'll ask her.
Cash Mama, how about that? What? What'd you say about my mama? Hey, she's still
you
here.
Don't have to tell me. Chikara's left side was found
As a
at
fortune
Yoyagi
teller.
Park, right?
Wow, information gets to you fast.
I know when to make things quick and when to take my time.
Cash me outside, how about that? Classic. I think cancers on the internet, wow. Vicious Books, it's a pincher in the eye.
I always sleep on top of this counter.
You're making that up. You know, if you can't think of anything to say, you don't have to say anything.
Get this classic music.
Hey, Want to see a video of Luca Chloridium being a parasite inside a snail?
Absolutely.
What?
No. That
Very
sounds
specific.
Disgusting.
Why?
Mm-mm. He really likes bucks. How you been?
Chuck Steak Redemption.
It is a story about a man named Andy who gets sent to prison for a crime he didn't commit, where he makes chuck steaks.
Buck steaks.
The top lip of a duck-lipped girl.
What kind of dish? The stool. Wink sink.
I've got a riddle for you. If you get it right, drinks on me. What happens when you get rough with a fuzzy navel?
I don't know what.
It spills, honey.
Thanks, Mama. That crystal ball.
Oh, these are my mighty balls. After I plucked these out, I filled them with silicone.
Oh, that's why there are two.
She is clearly joking.
Any information?
Yeah. I have a little nugget of information regarding Horadori.
You have dirt on Chikara?
The most pungent of dirt always makes its way to my nose.
So what information do you have?
Chikara was a devoted believer of a new religion called the Order of Percent, and their dirt is quite fragrant indeed. Anyway, he really believed in the simulation theory.
The mark of percent is a holy sign of the Creator.
The one with the mark is the one who created this world.
Who is saying this? Who are these voices?
They intentionally abandoned their memories so they could forge through this world of lies.
Which is why we worship the one with the sign, the percent.
What was that?
Part of their new scripture, I suppose.
What?
Smells fishy if you ask me.
No fishier than you.
What's the sign of percent?
That I don't know, but I have a feeling it has to do with the case. You know, the percent sign is two circles separated by a line. If you ask me how that's significant, I couldn't tell you, but this order of percent must be involved in all this somehow.
Da da da. Da da da. You feel it? You feel them all right? Oh my god. Her silicone balls. You filled them with silicone. About the balloons. Told Mama about the challenge.
Hey, have you seen any red and blue balloons?
I haven't, but I can ask the Milky Balls.
Yes, please.
Oh, mighty balls. Who is the biggest liar in the world? Those bags that say tear here. Oh, absolutely right. What is with that?
Who cares about that?
That is totally unrelated.
Sorry, that was my heart screaming out to be heard.
Cause them
I
milky.
hear your heart screaming right now.
Jesus.
Now, let's try
Yeah,
this
all the
scream.
things they could be.
Oh, balls.
Cause they're
the
milky,
great
eh?
and powerful. Please find something for me. Where are the red and blue balloons?
You should go to Ikume Shrine, where the fruit of immortality resides. You will find it there.
Thanks, Mama.
Ooh, did that work?
Tut, tut, tut.
Well, I guess we should head to Ikume Shrine.
You actually believed her?
Not necessarily, but it's something.
Something, huh?
Thanks, Mama. That was a big help.
I don't know how any of that information helped you.
So?
But if it did, that's great. Come back
Even
again
she
whenever.
doesn't know.
I'll be waiting.
That was polishing her crystal balls. The Harbor District. The unit is here.
No balloons here.
No, but there is someone who looks like they might give out balloons.
It's Kenny.
Perhaps he knows something.
Hey man.
What a coincidence running into you here. What's up?
Well...
So I don't know about your guys' left side was founded AYAYA Park and the Tale of Adventure taunting me with a balloon
So
search
these
challenge.
balloons might lead to a break in the case.
And finding them would help with arresting the culprit.
Probably.
Probably. Maybe. Who knows?
No balloons inside.
Yeah.
Keep a gun.
What was
What?
that?
My impression of the kaiju Kyugon.
Oh.
He resides in the lumber yards of Koto. That's what Iris said. It wasn't my idea.
You're the one bringing it up.
Thanks, Aiba. Then Shaiba couldn't find anything. Yo Tota. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. It's cold storage warehouse. Forklift is parked here.
Mizuki, it is a school of flathead gray mullets. Oh, they are so cute.
You like fish too?
Why are you here?
This is my favorite spot. I came to look at the ocean. Looking at the horizon really calms me down.
How long have you been here?
Since about 8 in the morning.
What?
Don't you need to open for lunch today?
No, I don't really feel up for it today. I'll open it for dinner only.
Shouldn't you take...
I don't want to serve food to my customers when I'm not at my best.
Shouldn't you take running your restaurant a little more seriously?
But I'm exactly that. Serious. I don't want to serve food to my customers when I'm not at my best. Cooking is a serious affair. I don't want to be like Ota, cooking some half-assed meals.
Wrecked. About Chikara's left side. Dot, dot,
Well?
dot.
Ringing any bells?
Mizuki, look.
Wait, why is he sweating?
Yes. As you can tell, his temperature is rising rapidly.
Oh no.
He knows something.
Horny.
You don't have the
What?
sex appeal for that, Mizuki.
Huh?
Oh, I am not gonna take that from you, Aiba.
The point is,
Excuse
Gen
me?
is agitated. Though I cannot determine exactly why.
Oh no. I'm making him horny.
Why would you think that? That's the first thing. Then I have a response to this.
You don't have the sex appeal for that, Mizuki.
Correct. Why are you sweating, Jen? What's happening? He met with someone.
But, fine. If you say so.
What are you up
What
to,
was that?
Jen?
It seemed like he was talking to someone.
Who?
Unknown.
Have you seen a balloon anywhere?
No, I don't know about any balloons.
Got it.
Sorry I can't be of any help.
No, you don't have to apologize.
There is something off about Ken.
Yeah, he's not his usual self. Do you think he's a different person?
Meaning?
Someone else wearing a Gen
Nah, there's no one that could be as buff as him.
Not that that is impossible,
Ain't no way.
but...
Yep, no, but Tim.
It can't be.
Ken?
What is it? Why are you staring at me?
No reason.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I can tell what you're thinking. You don't think my face is monstrous, do you?
No.
I've felt this way before. That touch.
From who?
I was born with a crooked skeleton. My muscles and my skin are different from regular people. I got picked on since I was a kid. People hated me, insulted me, threw rocks, spit on me. That was just life. Normal. But she... Aren't you afraid?
Not at all.
Aren't I disgusting?
No. I think you're charming, if anything. And I know that your heart is more pure than anyone else. That's why I love you, Gen. That warm heart of yours, too. The way you look. All of it.
Mame.
How wholesome.
I told you this is how I was born, right? But I wasn't supposed to look like this. This was a result of genome experiments.
Oh, he also
in the
fell
name
for
of
that.
youth and eternal life at the hands of Chikara Horadori.
No.
You asked me about him earlier. That's why I hesitated to answer. I couldn't say anything. The terrible memories. I'm sorry I had to tell you all of this. You can forget it, really. Well, see ya.
Bye, Jen.
Mizuki, should you not pursue him? He knows about Chikara.
I know, but I gotta get my head straight. Can you give me some time?
What about the balloons?
Yeah, I'll still look, but there's a lot of thoughts I have to keep in my head now.
It's not a fault I have to keep in my head. Hold on to my Gucci time. Why was I born into this world? Shut up. I'm angry. I'm going to bear your child. What? I'm angry. I'm going to bear your child. Okay. Became an adult. Tell me more. Became an Ota. So welcome back, Gov. Wait, is this the amusement park? Rooftop amusement park? An hour long. Of course they're an hour long. Almost every show these days has hour-long episodes.
Why is there a police officer here?
Unknown. But I see a balloon over there.
Just the red one, though.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
Wasn't that supposed to be two colors?
This isn't one of Terror's balloons.
Yeah.
I suppose not. This is all red.
Yeah, sorry to say,
Boss.
not the real deal.
Boss.
Iba told me about Terror's challenge. He thinks he can play with us like this.
Boss.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Mizuki, but armed as you are, you cannot ride this ride. The metal detectors will stop you.
No, they won't. Besides, there are no metal detectors.
Comfy red balloon. Comfy red Pennywise balloon. Oh, so that sounds nice. Sounds like you and Chris off to a good start into the Sambi show.
Perfect for dieting.
Then I guess I don't need it.
Sky Cycle. A fucking vending machine. Okay, arcade games and games of chance. Hope he's enjoying it. Hopefully, hopefully he doesn't dislike it. It's like watching my stream. Sounds like a good comparison. Sounds good. If it's just like watching my stream. My stream is like a sitcom. So, sounds pretty good. Goofy Sambi show.
Are you hungry?
Even if I was, I'm not gonna go digging through trash.
There's a hell of that, Mr. Enda. See you sip. Hydrating. I should drink some water too. There you go. Hydrate up a bit. A red balloon. Not one of Terror's. Boss. Ask for a raise.
You're only 18. What do you need more money for?
I've had my eye on a bunch of stuff.
Clothes, handbags, grenades, etc.
Yeah, the usual.
You really think now is the best time to be asking me for a raise? Talk to me after the case.
The red balloon. Why are you here?
I got called here because of a particularly troublesome coworker.
Who?
Ryuki.
Oh.
He was too gung-ho and ended up making a huge mistake. Ryuki found out about the whole balloon thing from Tama. He came to this amusement park to investigate. Some part-timer was working here dressed up in an Adarabbit costume.
What the hell, man? What a great the sub counts are even. Oh, I respect that. He proceeds to give the sub. Well, thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Enda. You handing out a random passport? Handing out a random Danish passport? To ball test 1225. Well, wherever that is, wherever that person may be, enjoy. Enjoy your Danish passport. Make sure to put a good use. All over Twitch. Oh, I guess now it's even. I guess the sub count is now even. Thanks, Mr. Randall. What is it even at now? Is it at like 18? Yeah, it's at 18 now. Nice. Yeah. A nice even number. Can't complain.
was apparently tying balloons to the fence. When Ryuki saw that,
Stop right there!
he shouted at him to get his attention, but I guess the guy didn't hear. There was a paper bag at the mascot's feet. Later, we found out it had scissors in it for cutting the strings of the balloons. But when the guy reached down into the bag, Ryuki must have thought it was a weapon.
Bang.
Shot him?
Yeah, a police officer shooting at a civilian. It's unprecedented. This is going to be a real scandal.
But Chikara's left half being found.
It's inconceivable. It's like washing your bra without putting it in the net.
I would say
What?
it's fairly more inconceivable than that.
But the balloons.
I don't think Terror's
The
balloons are
balloons.
here. How are you doing on your end? Find any yet?
Nope, haven't found any yet.
Slacking off on the job, huh?
Oh, come on! What am I supposed to do? It's not like I'm looking for a lost TV remote in my couch or something. About the shooting.
Wink sink.
I cannot apologize enough. This was my mistake. I wasn't paying enough attention.
Who are you talking with, boss?
What? Dismissal, but he's young and inexperienced, but he's an excellent agent. Can we please reconsider?
That's surprising. I didn't expect that coming from Boss.
Of course, that may not be literally what was said. All that was in a dream, after all.
Boss. Where are all the guests?
HQ closed off the park. They came up with some stupid
Whoa.
reason, like they found something dangerous on the grounds or
Boss
something.
shows up just in
Police
time
are in a frenzy working
to
on
see
a cover-up.
female boss.
And unfortunately, that means me too.
The 49-year-old female boss. Huh? Why didn't the part-timer respond to Ryuki?
The guy in the suit was listening to music. He had his earbuds in. That's why he couldn't hear Ryuki.
Makes sense. Where's the hell boss? The real boss is in the chat. He's here.
Mizuki, if you want to ride so badly, you can just admit it.
Same to you, Aiba.
Yep, 49. 49-year-old boss.
The boss? The fuck is the boss?
It's her. This is boss. Why is there only one balloon?
He only just started putting them up. He was going to put up more, but that's when Ryuki came.
Where's Ryuki now?
He's getting interrogated at HQ. I saw him earlier. The man looked unstable. I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid.
Is the person inside Drill Rapid okay?
Luckily, the part-timer wasn't hit. The bullet went through his suit, but it didn't hit his body.
How lucky. Da da da.
I need to clean up this mess. Then yell at some people, then do my best brown-nosing. I've got a long day of diplomacy ahead of me, so I'm gonna get going. Good luck with the rest of the investigation.
Thanks, boss.
Is Ryuki gonna be okay?
There is no point in thinking about him now. Let's go.
Thanks, female boss.
Yeah.
To the shrine.
You see? No balloons here.
Mama said.
You should go to Ikume Shrine, where the fruit of immortality resides.
I I trust her mystical precognition as far as I can throw her.
Huh. What's the fruit of immortality anyway?
Likely the Tokijiku no Kaku.
You know it?
Yes, I have heard of it before. It is said that eating it will grant you youth and eternal life. Many believe it is a Tachibana orange. It is an object of worship at this shrine.
Wow. The fruit of immortality.
Something new in the book. Adult Rabbit. Rabbit character of popular merchandise. They came from the planet Adult Rabo to purchase their favorite food, Satchel. But their ship crashed when trying to enter the atmosphere. They were rescued by Detective Malo of the Venice Police and end up looking like they do now. Suki's favorite character. Deep throat. Also in the book. Why are we raging? What? That's why you're raging, cause he's like, yeah, that goddammit, I wanna look that good too when I'm 49. Jesus. Okay, like I'm still like in my prime. What's your secret, boss? How do you do it? Me too. Me too. I always wanna look that good when I'm 49.
Hey,
A
wait.
balloon.
There it is. There it is. The balloon.
You are correct. This is a red and blue balloon.
See, I told you.
How did Mama know?
Doesn't matter to me.
Mama.
Let's try popping it. It looks like there's something in there.
Shoot it.
The one at Yoyagi Park.
Pop the balloon with your gun.
Let's do it.
Shoot it. I'll pipe it.
Hiya!
Three.
What does it say on the back?
2.
Indig.
Indig.
And Indig.
NDG.
We cannot currently decode this message.
We need to find all 3 balloons.
Well, we only have one last spot, don't we? The garden.
What is it, Mizuki?
Nothing, just... this really takes me back. But now's not the time for reminiscing. We need to find the balloons.
She doesn't have anything to say. All about the balloon. Balloon, balloon, balloon. Ah. Why do you say ah to the tree? Tree. Mother Nature. Nice clown emote. But there it is.
Look, over there.
No doubt about it. That is one
How
of
did he
Terra's
get it all the way up
balloons.
there?
Just like Leon said.
But it is high out of reach.
It's fine. I got it.
Are you really gonna jump that? Holy shit. She's insane. She jumped it. Mad lady. Thank God that didn't fly away in the wind.
Why did you
Yeah.
pop it in midair?
Don't sweat the details.
He went
Well,
flying
in
into
any
the
case,
sky.
You did reveal what was inside the balloon.
Yeah.
It says 2.
And on the back?
Unra.
Unra?
No way. Terror is a pervert.
What?
What?
Unra? Clearly it's a code for undergarments.
Oh my
Terror is
God.
a panty thief.
The one at the shrine said 3.
And on the back it said Indig.
It is still indecipherable to me.
There's one more balloon left.
What a pervert. Panty thief. Afterward, I asked the workers at the children if anyone saw someone tying the balloon to the tree. It was no good, no one saw anything. With that settled, Ipa and I left. That nurse.
Hello. It's a nurse.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Because that's what Mom and Dad named me.
She appears to be in a theater group or something.
Yikes.
Why is that yikes?
Someone told me once, show me your pansies. I assume it was a proposal.
What is she talking
Huh?
about?
I have no idea.
Yeah, she's 42. The nurse is 42. Age 42. Everyone's really young. Oh my God. Oh, Bob. Oh my God. All of a sudden I'm into MILFs. Oh my God, Bob. This is what 40-year-olds look like in Japan. That, oh my God, I'm gonna book a one-way trip to Japan all of a sudden. All of a sudden I feel like going to Japan. Bob. Yep.
That toy that goes back and forth.
What does she mean?
I don't know.
It does indeed look like she's 20. She at least doesn't look like she's 42. Max, like, I don't know, mid-20s. Hey, nurse, I need a quick checkup. Boob. Could you maybe check my pulse? Boob. All of a sudden, not scared of going to the doctor anymore.
I'm an expert at trekking through jungles.
Oh, yeah?
All of a sudden, I really want to go to the doctors.
Swingy swing, swingy swing.
Is this person okay?
I don't think so.
Greet her.
Good day. Are you here about Chikara? I saw on the news that a corpse was found. That makes the whole thing even more baffling.
What do you mean?
I had always thought Jin Furui's disease had something to do with his murder. He had half-body tumors. It's a rare disease that causes tumors to develop only on one half of the body. Organs, skin, bones. I don't remember which side of the body it was for him, but I always thought his murder had to do with the disease somehow. But Chikara doesn't fit into that at all.
I remember. Chikara's right side that was found at Sakuba High had all the innards removed.
That wasn't reported by the press.
But how does it all fit together?
Whatever the case, the nurse may have just given us a vital clue.
Why are you here?
One of the children here is cared for at our hospital, but they didn't want to come to the hospital today. So I came here to attend to them.
How nice of you. Could you come home to me too and attend to me? I think I'm sick all of a sudden. Oh my god. Oof, all of a sudden it's getting hot in here. Oh god. I think I may have a fever, nurse. Please, help me. Who tied up the balloon?
I didn't see anyone. I just got here moments ago.
I see.
If no one saw them, they must have snuck in at night. The security here is pretty bad. It hasn't improved any over the years. But that is how Mr. Chieda wants it.
Reds.
This isn't a prison. We don't need cameras.
What?
If only we did.
Nothing sus has been
Awful
said.
incident all those years ago could have been avoided.
What incident?
The missing child. I'm sure you've heard of a child going missing from Iowan.
Uru Somazuki, a 6-year-old,
I
went
just
missing
got
one day. Whether it was kidnapping or an accident, no one has any clue, and he still has not been found. It was a distressing event.
If they had cameras,
Yep,
maybe
lost
it
a
could have been
child 6
prevented.
years ago.
Even after that tragedy, Mr. Chieda still refuses to upgrade the security around here. I don't know what he's thinking.
Horrible. How long did it say? Yeah. They just said the kid was 6 years old that has escaped. Didn't say how long ago it was.
There is much to think about. We need to find all the balloons.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
16 years ago. Sounds about right. Where are we going, though? Holy fuck, what happened to her scooter? Where'd those rockets come from? Where'd those jet engines come from? After that, I went to a different place around the city. The last balloon was nowhere to be found.
The sun is already setting. What do we
High
do?
bus speed.
It is
Wicked.
dangerous to drive while agitated.
It's fine. At this speed, falling wouldn't even hurt me.
But the bike could break. It was provided to you by Abyss. If you damage company property like that, it will come out of your salary.
Wicked. Wicked fast. No, we slow it down. Now we're not wicked fast anymore.
Good girl.
Who's this?
Suzuki, it's from Boss.
Boss.
Crap. I will connect you.
Hey Mizuki, I got a call from HQ. There was a report of someone spotting a balloon in a warehouse district in Orignally. Can you head there right away?
Wait, but I was there already.
Crash right away.
see any
As soon as we
balloons.
turn off the jet engine.
You must have missed it. They said they saw it around 8:30 a.m.
8:30 a.m.
Anyway, I'm counting on you.
Thanks, boss.
If the balloon was there at 8:30 a.m.,
And it was gone by the time we got there.
that must mean...
Someone took it.
But who would have done that?
Could it be?
Jen? Did the unit take it? Female boss. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Just stay on the line for a second, female boss. There's something I want to say. Is he gonna be here? He is here. The unit.
Gen!
Hey, you can't just barge into the kitchen like that.
Just listen, please. Gen, are you hiding something from me?
Oh, did you find out I've been using frog meat?
What?
Cut the shit. I'm searching your place.
Pepper.
Stop, hey, come on. My customers are going to be freaked out if they see you rummaging around here. You can't be touching things in the kitchen, it's unsanitary. And on top of that, boy, I hate to have to ask this, but do you have a warrant?
Mizuki.
I know. There's a way to search without touching anything.
Right.
Yeah, poor Jen, man. He's trying to run his little restaurant here. And here we come bothering him. What about the freezer behind me? You stop for a second?
Sorry, I can't do that. I've dedicated my life to cooking, unlike Oda Matsushita.
Why do you hate him so much?
How would you feel if there was an excellent, sharp knife just sitting there, rusting away because no one was caring for it? It's like that.
What do you want?
What do you mean? I don't want anything.
You know about the balloon, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a report of someone seeing the balloon at around 8:30 a.m. at the warehouse district. You said you were there around 8 a.m. Gen. You must have seen it.
What are you hiding in the trash can, huh?
There it is.
A popped balloon.
What the fuck, man?
X-ray will not reveal the color. It could be a coincidence.
Look through the trash.
Shut up.
What's this then?
What is this? Why did you lie? Actually, I don't really care why right now. I need you to answer me. There should have been a piece of paper in the balloon. Where is it? Are you really not gonna tell me? Then you're coming with me. Or I can have the cops bust in here and close you down for the day to search every inch of this place. Which do you prefer?
He's gonna smack me. Look at this unit. He's gonna smack me and run away. Oh, he just willingly comes down to the station. Okay. Alright.
Why did he lie?
That's what I'm gonna sink into him to find out.
Well, you may not discover exactly why during the sync.
But I can still get valuable information.
Ah, you mean what the piece of paper in the balloon said?
Yeah, exactly.
He wouldn't even need to punch me. Just run right into me and I would be knocked out on the floor.
Before you start, I'll say one thing.
I know. I can only stay in Somnium for 6 minutes. I've heard it so many times I can hear it in my sleep.
Well, technically...
Let's just get started.
Okay.
Cat punch!
Ready?
If he did that to Misuki, he should be fucking dead. Let's go to
begin.
town on her. Cat punch. This is what you get for barging into my kitchen. Asking too many questions. Exactly, just blow my direction, I'll fall over. Because of how much of a fucking unit he is. What? It's his place. Omnium. Thought it was gonna be the warehouse.
This is Brahmin.
This is a small place. Finding what we need should go quick.
I would not be so sure. You can never anticipate what might happen in Somnia.
Anyway, what is that you're doing there?
What?
Salmon.
Oh my god.
I am imitating the rugged salmon of the Sea of Okhotsk.
But why?
We are here to investigate Gen. He has been acting fishy lately.
Ha ha,
Shall we begin?
so we're just not gonna acknowledge that, huh?
Somnium scan! Activate!
I'm leaving. Don't come back. I told you this is a ACA. A fucking sitcom. Get back here. And die some cringe. Hey, at least it wasn't me this time. It was AYAYA. AYAYA that made the joke. Not me for once. Find the last clue Jen is hiding. Jen definitely knows something about the last clue. Where was it? Where it was hidden? What was written on it? Find out. Critical information. I'm John. Y'all get back here. It wasn't even me this time.
Okay.
It wasn't even me this time. Yo, this music. So trippy.
A normal table seat.
It's a little tight.
Maintaining social distancing would be hard.
Golden Yokocho has tons of tiny restaurants.
Open.
It is not opening.
Who would have guessed? What about the freezer? Jesus.
It is not opening.
It's not opening.
Walk inside.
It's not opening.
Let's look at something else.
Let's see. By incorporating different flavors, a patron will be able to enjoy this same cuisine multiple times. The angle of the knife can change the flavor, texture, appearance.
Wait,
or intestine
it's like a
stew.
balloon?
Wow, Genny. He sure studies cooking hard.
You can tell how serious he is about being a chef.
Which explains why it tastes so good.
Found Jen's cooking note. Wow, that was the first lock. How many locks was it? Was it 4? Wasn't 5? Win the cooking battle. Cooking skill that can be improved by It's a squarehead guy.
Komeji's voice. TV? Or maybe the radio?
Let's look.
Something's happening over there.
Blackout!
AYAYA, you okay? What happened?
What? The floor!
Are we gonna be on a cooking show now? What's going on? What is going on? Why is it just a black screen? Ain't no way. Minecraft looking Steve head guy. Ain't no way.
Now returning back to us, our mysterious Super Chef
Flashbang.
A.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Minecraft looking Steve.
Super Chef A.
What?
Super Chef A? AYAYA?
Are we on a cooking show?
Episode's battle shall be A versus Gen. Our panel of gourmet dining expert judges tonight shall be Matsushita Diner's very own Ota Matsushita to provide commentary.
I'm looking forward to tasting Super Chef A's dishes. But the other contestant tonight has a chance to finally impress me.
Before we've even gotten started, Oda is already trying to get under Gen's skin. He is known for his brutal honesty. Our second judge for this evening shall be the beautiful Amame Doi from the fine-made cafe establishment, Sunfish Pocket.
Good luck, Genny!
Hey now, you're the judge. You can't play favorites.
It's fine. I'll be fair and square.
Let's get a comment from both of the contestants. First, Gen Ishiyagane.
I don't take cooking lightly.
Oh, you can sense his passion burning like spicy Korean cuisine. Next is Super Chef A. Tell us what's going through your mind right now.
Sure.
Okay.
That is one
We're
Ivan.
almost ready to begin this showdown.
Alright. All the cooking mama. It's gonna pay off right here.
A cook-off with Gen?
We have to make mama proud.
His mental lock? Even if that was the case, I've never cooked before.
Make mama
You're
proud.
a high-tech artificial intelligence. You can do this.
I can?
Yes, if you train.
Train?
We can use the timey from earlier to shorten any amount of time down to 1 second.
Well, true. But even a few hours of practice will not be enough.
I said any amount of time.
Mizuki, don't tell me. What are you thinking?
Thinking about training.
Are you serious? Please, tell me you are joking.
Oh my god. That's a lot of seconds in the left. Maybe I don't have time to train. Let's train.
Let's begin the training.
Seriously?
Make mama proud. Make mama proud. And so the long days of training began.
You call yourself an AI and that's all you can do? Do it again.
She's crying.
Chef. Sorry, Chef.
Hyper cooking. So the months passed, nearly a year later, though only 1 second had passed in reality. She's a master chef now.
You dare challenge me to a battle of culinary prowess? Pathetic.
Yes. I've created a monster. A cooking monster.
Bring it on, Gen Ishiyagane.
Wow! Look at that passion! You
Make mama proud.
in the air with a butter knife.
You know, here's a British man.
Please introduce
You only
the
know you as the gov.
This battle's theme is
Let's do this, mama plus.
a multi-course meal for our judge.
Let's do this, mama plus. This one's for you, mama.
Tonight is the night we reveal the fruits of our cooking labor.
What will you make first?
A salad. Fiber is an important part of a healthy diet. With my culinary inspiration backed by dedicated training, I can do anything. Let's cook.
Input cooking command. What? What am I doing? Glorious compassion.
Witness my superior cooking technique.
What is she doing?
She must be making some kind of salad.
Wow! She threw the ingredients into the air! And she jumped after them!
Good thing this stadium is so enormous.
The vegetables are getting sliced up. I can
Jesus.
see it.
I get it. By slicing the vegetables high in the air, she's incorporating fresh air into the texture and flavor.
Incredible! The super samurai chef A is closing her eyes now.
She sees the food with her heart.
Samurai sympathy?
What? She didn't cut anything.
No, look.
People chef.
A spiny lobster. The passion. The pride.
It's a symbol of her dedication to win this battle.
What a crazy dish!
Aiba, what was that?
Cooking is an invitation to taste and see with your mouth. Spiny lobsters are yummy.
I see. It sure looks impressive.
Huh?
100 eyeballs.
Lobster salad. Done.
Looks good.
Chef A, what a natural. Her first dish is complete.
Looks like a solid dish.
What's happening on the
Have we made you
challenger
proud
side?
yet, Mama? What a boring dish compared to mine.
That's a bit heavy for an appetizer.
No, this is bibimbap salad. I want Amame to feel comfortable expressing herself, to show the range of her emotions.
Which is why you chose such a colorful salad.
And the egg on top is an accent? As much as I hate to admit it, it's clear plenty of thought went into this.
What's next on the menu for Gen Ishiyagane's side?
The main course.
It's looking pretty good. We can't lose, Aiba.
Who do you think you're talking to? I did not endure that training for nothing.
What are you making next?
My main course. Meat.
Meat?
Bare my soul with this dish.
Hell's a medium rare.
Witness my superior cooking technique.
Now, Super Chef A buries her soul.
Looks like steak.
A steak? Kind of a simple meat dish for her maid, no?
Miss Super Chef A. I'm sure she has some plans for that meal.
I see. Let's take a look. Wow. The meat is up in the air.
She's instantly resting the meat after cooking it. It's a high-level technique.
And now Super Chef A has taken flight like a hawk.
She's going to salt the meat in the air.
Wow. She's salting while spinning.
Amazing.
God
Why
damn.
is she doing this?
I don't know.
For style points, obviously.
Now Super Salty Chef A has returned to the ground before the meat.
Mama would be proud right now.
Wow. She's blowing onto the gas stove and creating a pillar of fire.
Hellish medium rare.
By cooking at a high temperature, she's going to trap in the juices.
Steak cooked over the fire of Hades. I'm really looking forward to
Hades?
this.
Satan?
I can't wait to try it.
Satan?
What are the chicken wings around the steak for?
It imitates the beautiful legs of an insect.
Oh my god.
Aiba, are you trying to lose?
The aesthetics of food is just as important as flavor.
Okay, if you really think so, you do you.
That's
Aye.
my elegant steak meal is complete.
It looks good.
What did Jen make?
Fantastical
What did the unit make? Surely he didn't make something as impressive as that.
Meanwhile, on the Gen side,
Is that fish?
Amame deserves to be free. I want her to be
He
herself.
just made a basic fish.
yes, free as a fish, swimming in the vastness of the ocean blue.
Steak versus fish. This could be what breaks this stalemate.
It's gonna be fish. Are we gonna be okay?
Worry not, my little kitten. Did you not see how much training I accomplished?
I feel like this persona of yours is getting weirder and weirder every time I talk to you.
The time limit is almost upon us. The next dish will be the last.
What are we making for
I'm making
dessert?
dessert, of course.
The finishing touch will be dessert. Mine will be the best. Witness my superior cooking technique.
Super Chef A finale. What will she make?
It's a dessert.
The Super Chef Miracle Whipper. She's whipping like no one I've ever seen before.
Whipping is all about the speed.
Wow! What's this? She's going so fast it's creating a pillar of light. She's throwing strawberries into the light.
The sky is sucking up the strawberries.
As should do.
What is happening?
She's going Super Saiyan.
Has been absorbed into the
Cooking
pillar
Super
of
Saiyan.
light.
The queen will now challenge the gods themselves.
What is going on?
You tell me. Let's go, people share. What the fuck? What? She just made pancakes. Isn't that how you make pancakes too? Surviving Hell's Kitchen. Jesus.
Super Chef A of the sky has returned from the heavens.
Have the gods forgiven her hubris?
The god Chef A is holding a cake.
It's a cake?
You can't even see the top.
By challenging the gods, she created a cake tower of Babel.
Cake Tower of Babel. Jesus.
Even the gods are amazed by this dessert.
I think you're taking this way too far.
Is this God cake? Served.
How do you even eat this?
Now, Ultimate Chef A has completed all her dishes.
You better be proud now, Mama.
Let's check out
I hope he made you
Gen's side.
proud. He just made basic Billy donuts.
Love. Forever and always.
The idea here must be that everyone, young and old, male and female, loves donuts.
I remember back in the day, people would line up for hours to get good donuts.
This looks promising. Both contestants have finished. Now is the time for judgment.
This is rigged if we don't win.
Judge which three-course meal is the best for me.
We literally get help from the gods.
Aiba, are we okay?
It should be fine.
I hope so.
At least we got all the style points.
Judgment time. Please judge the shocking superstar Super Chef.
Jen, that's fucking rigged if he wins. Surely my lobster's superior. Yeah, fuck yeah.
It's a work of art.
The lobster is cooked perfectly.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. What did...
This is good. It almost tastes like it's alive.
What do you mean by that?
It's so good. I can't tell if I'm eating or if I'm being eaten. My senses have inverted from the
What? Is that a good or bad thing?
That didn't clear it up.
It's nice and juicy.
The god cake.
This is good. This cake is going to take me to heaven.
She literally did that.
The sweetness is just right.
And the challenger, Gen's cooking.
He's speechless.
Salad. I hate to admit it, but this is pretty good.
No, ain't no way.
Yeah, it's good.
The fish is perfect. You can taste the freedom in the
Stop
flavor.
praising his food.
The fish is so good
Stop
too.
it.
This donut, you can taste the spirit of it. It's a flavor unlike any other.
Yeah, it's good.
Wow, the lexicon on her. A simple
It's good.
It's good is all she had to say.
Because it's good.
In any
Classic.
case, who will be
Ain't no way he
deciding the
wins.
winner?
Ain't no way.
This will be tough to judge.
Do you think you're gonna win?
Yes.
I hate to say this after all that, but
That's good.
is this even going to uncover Gen's secret?
Let's head to the results. Please.
The winner of this cooking battle is
Me. Of course.
Super Chef.
Hey, well, was there ever any doubt? Was there ever any doubt? Shout out to Mama. This one goes out to Mama. Easy clap. Was there ever any doubt? Easiest cooking show in my life. Release Gen from the cage.
Huh? Gen went into the cage.
He locked himself up after being rejected by a mame.
So you shouldn't have won?
Oh.
No, the
So-
mental lock is unlocked. We are certainly closer to his true heart. Gen put all of his passion for a mame into his meals.
Let's investigate the dishes.
All those Mama playthroughs, they helped. Easy, it went all for nothing. And don't forget all those Wanted Dead cooking shows that we watched as well. All of it paid off in the end. Easy. Same action.
You have 4 minutes remaining.
Bibimbap salad.
Otis said the egg was important.
Eat. Eat. Inspect?
Bibimbap salad. It is an intricate dish.
It could even work as a meal.
The key to this dish is the egg.
I wonder how it tastes.
Amame.
Do you know what was missing from Genny's dishes?
What? It appears there was a specific reason Gen lost.
Motivation. He lacks motivation? You didn't find out.
Otis said the egg was important.
Yes. Let me taste it.
What happened? Did we die? No.
I am sure you're well aware, Game, but you are the result of genetic modification. You were birthed from an egg that had its genome altered.
What?
In the course of researching eternal life. But this resulted in extreme changes in your bone structure. Your epidermis is also abnormally hard, closer to rock than human skin. You are a failed experiment. Pitiful, really.
He doesn't even have a mom or dad. He was born from an egg. Fucked up, man.
I was born into this cruel world looking like this. But I don't resent Chikara.
Egg.
Not really.
Exactly. That's
Maybe
how this
it's more
unit came to
accurate
be.
say that I've lost all emotion.
Came from an egg.
Happiness, joy, it's all gone gray. This is just my reality. It's how I live every single day.
Emotion? It was lacking emotion?
I want Amame to feel comfortable expressing herself, to show the range of her emotions.
That's terrible.
Chikara Horadori is an awful man.
Well, let's go eat the next dish.
This is Gen's fish course.
Inspect it so I can get the time save. Yeah. But there was
This
even
is the main dish.
I don't know if there's
The
even
cooking
any
method
need for
is
that.
meant to keep the flavor inside.
I wonder if it's good.
There is only one way to find out.
3 minutes left.
This
You can
is
do
Gen's
this.
fish course. I will try it.
Another long flashbang.
Hey! What are you looking at?
Nothing.
What's with that mask? Why don't you show us your face?
I wonder why would you bully a guy like that?
Monster!
That's that massive.
What the hell is with this guy? He's a total freak!
I didn't do anything.
Fuck off!
What?
You'd be better off dead, freak!
Why are they fighting him? Fucked up.
When I was young, there was this kid bullying me. I pushed him and ended up breaking his bones.
Deserved?
Like
Sorry,
everyone
I've been
says,
toxic.
I am a monster.
Wasn't me this time.
If I stand up for myself, people get hurt. So I just took everything I got. All the judgment, the teasing, the beatings. Amame deserves to be free. I want her to be herself,
Freedom and emotion?
Gen's Donuts. Assorted donuts.
They all look good.
With so many different kinds, it could appeal to anyone.
Let's try it.
People fat. Donut.
Let's try them out.
People fat.
Oh no, my stroller! What am I gonna do with all this stuff?
You seem like you could use a hand. Can I help?
Oh, thank you. Yes, could you hold my baby for just 1 second?
His mask flew off.
What are you?
Purple fat. Donut.
Don't touch my baby!
Jesus.
People avoided me.
Hi, Doom Eternal.
I was useless in a society like this.
That
Unneeded.
timing.
It was like I didn't exist. Or maybe I'm not allowed to exist. Which is why I started living my life in hiding.
Troll despair law. Gen law. Troll
Amame
despair.
deserves love. Forever and always.
Gen was ostracized by society and lives a lonely life.
Genny.
Do you know what was missing from Genny's dishes?
What is it? What was he missing?
Self-love, motivation, creativity, feelings. Self-love?
Self-love.
Yes. I appreciate the way you care about me, but you can't keep hiding your heart in a cage, Genny. I want you to escape that cage.
I was useless in a society like this. Unneeded.
Do you think I think the same way?
Gen, you're
stand up
beautiful,
for
man.
myself, people get hurt.
Take off the mask. You're
So
beautiful.
I just took everything I got. All the judgment, the teasing, the beatings. It's like everyone says, I am a monster.
I never once thought you were a monster, Genny.
Aren't you afraid?
Not at all.
Aren't I disgusting?
No, I think you're charming, if anything. And I know that your heart is more pure than anyone else. I want you to love yourself more.
No, Gen, you're beautiful,
Do it
man.
for me.
Come on.
But I...
Look at yourself in the mirror,
That's
man.
why I love
You're
you,
beautiful.
Gen. That warm heart of yours, too. The way you look. All of
Gen,
it.
troll despair.
Mame. Oh, I know. Amame never feared me. I do have a place. There are people out there who need me. Not many, but it's enough. My place is here.
I wanted to eat your cooking, Genny.
I remember now. I remember her saying it before.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Okay then. Why did that
Dog meat again?
sound so
Nope.
out of place?
This is alligator.
Okay then.
good.
Thank you.
Freed Jen's heart. Release Jen from the cage. Let's give him a kiss, damn it. He deserves it. He deserves some love. Find the last clue.
I'm glad. I'm really happy. Now let's go back.
You idiot. We haven't found any clues yet.
Here you go.
What?
This is on the house.
Oh, thank you. It looks like normal.
It's the
omelet
balloon. Throw away. No, eat it.
Well then, let's eat. Alligator meat is surprisingly easy to eat. Huh?
What happened?
That's...
Eat it for Jen. As cooking. Accidentally popped it. One. Post.
The paper! That means Gen did have it.
Yes. Now we can go back.
Miss. Thank you. I won't lose next time.
No problem, Jen.
Apologies, but you can face Ota next time. I do not want to go through more training.
Look at that unit, man. Jesus. Unit just standing behind the kitchen counter. Holy fuck. Absolute ripped. And the last clue of the letter. Vadra? Exactly. He's like, oh, a balloon. Boop, 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 boop. And then, whoops. Left Behind, Mizuki, Chapter 2. Bitly approve. That's my kind of guy right there. My kind of guy behind the kitchen counter right there. So fucking ripped.
Where's Genny?
Abnormal activity was detected in his brain after the sync. It's not anything serious, but Pewter decided to take him to the medical office as a precaution.
Gen's brain is atypical. The nano cables may not have been connected properly.
Is he okay?
Like I said, nothing serious. It's not life-threatening and there shouldn't be any side effects.
Okay, if you say so.
Thanks, boss.
But I wanted to ask Genny tons of things. About Chikara and why he lied.
I am curious about that too. But we should hold off until later.
Yeah, before we do anything, let's solve Terror's annoying little puzzle.
Right. We got our third clue in the Somnium.
The pieces of paper in the balloons. One said 1, and on the other side, post.
The one at Iowan said 2, and Unra. And?
The one at Ikume Shrine said 3 and Indig, right?
Yeah.
What are these signifying?
Well, if we line up the letters... Indigo underwear hostess?
What?
That's way too many letters. Where are you getting this from?
Oh, I know.
I know you don't know, so don't say anything. You were probably about to say something even worse. Could you two please take this seriously? The letters on the pieces of paper, what do they signify?
Oh, this shit again? Huh? What were you gonna say, boss? What was it? Oh, I can check the log. Thank God. So it's host UNRWA in. What does that say? Host unrain G. That's not what it's supposed to say properly, but let's try. No.
I really don't get it.
Don't give up. Think harder.
Okay, hold on. Let me write this down so I can look at it all. Host. Am I supposed to spell something out of all that? Here we go again with this. 1, 2, 3. Numbers probably don't matter. What is that place called again? I wish you could look at my. I wish you could look at your files while you have this open. What is that place called again? 232. I don't think it's really gonna do much if we change the order. Unrained ghost. What? Unrained D ghost. Unrained ghost?
Hey, what if it was like this? There were 3 numbers on the pieces of paper, correct?
Yes.
Line them up top to bottom. And remember, these are not the
Oh.
only pieces of paper we found. There is another.
Wait.
Are you talking
Stop.
about the one at Yoyagi Park?
Let me take a picture of this before it goes away.
Exactly that.
Oh, now this one
What
comes into
happens if you
play.
Consider what that piece was telling you.
I don't know what that was telling me. Oh god, here we go again. Well, good thing I still have paint open. Force and CD. This is not cheating. I'll show you what it is. This isn't cheating. And then what? Hold on. What did she lined up the letters for me? O-S-T UNRWA. But then what? I still don't know how this works. How the fuck does this work? What's happening in the background? But her, she doesn't. She's also confused by it. She just wants to stay away from this. She's also confused by the puzzle. But I still don't understand how this works. How is this supposed to be solved? They've been enough. Can anyone get an answer from out of that? Does any of this make sense? Does any of that make sense? So basically, so you see here. So basically, what it means is, I'm out of here. See you. People leave. Perhaps if you consider what that piece was telling you. I don't know what that piece was telling me. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know what the fucking arrows mean. I mean, the arrows were here. What, is it supposed to be like, it goes from this to here, and then to that, and then to this? In. But then what about the rest of it? Line them up from top to bottom. Wait. Oh, so what if it's... What it... You're watching this padding. So what does it all mean? What the fuck's going on? 2, 3, 4... How are you supposed to do it? Wait, so... Oh, so yeah, this is the other thing. This is the thing she's talking about. So... We need to use this. Aura undg Wait, hold on, let me type it in. Aura what is that? What does that mean? You just said random shit. In before it's right. Line them up. All 4 pieces. All 4 pieces. How am I supposed to line them up though? How am I supposed to line them up? Wait, oh shit, the Gava, he's doing it? Back to the... Okay, hold on. Alright, so we have this. And then this. We have the letters here. And then this. Let me see. What, you want me to go back to the arrows? Aura is done on DG Rain. Oh, cause like the top left goes down to the Ra, and then the top right one goes down to the Un. Yeah. That's how it's supposed to be solved? Well, if it is correct at least. Let's see. I mean, at least that makes sense. But the whole thing can't... Horror done on... Yeah, it's wrong. But at least that makes sense. That would be how you were supposed to solve it. Okay. Horror... Ahura. Ahura... Done... Rain. Horror stun rain. Line them up. I know game. That was also wrong. But that makes sense, that way of thinking, that's how it's supposed to be done. I don't understand what it means with lined up. Hold on, let me try something. Oh, that's an E. Right, so now I wrote them like it's wrote, like it's like they did here. Then what if we do the arrows? Then, yeah, like there's no avoiding it. It would be like this. Then you have the arrow here, and have the arrow there. Then it would be like that. Yeah, this is how you just solved it, but that apparently isn't it. Oh. Oh. Let's see. So, Aura... Rain. Done? I don't think that's it. Wait, that was it? How was that it?
Hora, Inst, Undig.
Horadori Institute Underground.
Precisely.
That's what that stands for? Wait, so it has to be... So we were right, it has to... It's like this, like you okay, yeah, you put them up like it's done. Oh, you can't see them. Like you put the letters up like that, and then you basically just put this on top of it. So yeah, like dot here, and then the arrow goes down to that, and that's the next letter, and it goes down to here. Then you just start over from here, and then that's it. Yeah, you had the right idea. It was just the wrong order. You just started with the wrong thing. Oh, yeah. You had the right idea. The order was just wrong. Basically. It's still like you were supposed to wait, hold on. That was an exact puzzle like this earlier. But this here. Don't understand how you're supposed to get it here. Let's pretend you solved it. I mean, yeah, you had the right idea. Just the order that was wrong.
Under Horodori Institute of Genetics.
Thing is only a means to get information for investigation. Nothing but insomnia can be used as evidence. Aiba and I headed to the Horodori Institute of Genetics.
No warrant? We're not letting you in without a warrant.
And as expected, we get shooed away. Then I gave the security guard a hard right hook and crushed his jaw, and then, nah, I didn't. I thought about what boss told me.
If you cause me one more headache, I'm cutting your pay.
Sorry, boss. I put my metal pipe away. Looks like we gotta do things the hard way. Peaceful way. Looked around the building for anybody to get in. Then about halfway around the building...
A back door.
Pressed the lock, and it looked like there was an alarm on the door. That's when... Is Leon gonna show up? Is he just magically gonna be here? What the fuck? He is here.
Well, well, well. I never thought the police would be calling on my skills.
Thank you for your help.
Nah, don't thank me. I'm just doing this for old time's sake.
I was wondering, though, where is this underground room?
Oh, right. Terror's Challenge. It pointed you to underneath Horodori Institute, right? But I've never seen anything there.
Huh.
I mean, I heard people talking about it. I heard this one lab guy there say, hey, this lab that we're in, this is a huge space. There might be some hidden passageway or something. But it's not like they knew for sure or anything.
Hidden passageway.
You're gonna look for it, right? I'll help. I already bought this ticket. Might as well take the ride.
It's the door.
Crap, a lookout.
What?
Hide.
Hey, man.
Ooh, they're gone.
Patata
What,
2.
this? I got it in Bali. It says, Danger Zone. Cool, huh?
Yeah. Edgelord. Chikara.
Hey, remember what we were talking about at the Kumakura office? You said there were a bunch of rumors about Chikara.
Yeah, some shady experiments are being done here. Something about DNA manipulation
Somehow they
and
didn't hear
gene
it.
therapy? I don't know exactly. I hear they modified the DNA of embryos and gave birth to a bunch of genetic experiments, all for the goal of eternal life. Chikara was in charge of everything. He had a close circle of trusted associates that ran the experiments. I don't know exactly how it happened, but eventually, word of these experiments started to spread to the outside world. And that's what caused the facilities to close. And that's when Chikara ran and went missing. But they never proved anything in court. The building had already been demolished. All the evidence, toast. So a year later, Chikara could just rebuild the whole thing. He named it Horodori Institute of Genetics. Started all over again.
I can't even read it. The text is... I can't even read it. It goes off the screen, the text. A huge experience still happening here.
Nah, I don't think so.
Hi, the god is coming. He didn't hear. Huh?
Creepy?
Gary, did you say
Some
something?
virus called the TC Purge.
No, it's probably just a wind.
I'm not a doctor. I don't really know how it works, but
Exactly.
if it gets inside you, it messes with your brain. It makes you hallucinate and think crazy
Maybe that's
things.
what's inside Ryuki.
And it spreads in the air. If this virus gets out somehow, the human race is in for a rough trip. Can you picture it? The whole world going crazy. People everywhere doing unpredictable things. Crazy things. Over and over.
Find anything?
This isn't gonna be easy to find. Huh. Reminds me of my glory days, huh? It really takes me back.
Less talking, more looking.
Yeah. What time is it right now?
It is 23:45.
Totally on the time.
Okay, we've got 15 minutes to find it then.
What?
Why?
What? Why? Why are we behind?
Midnight, the new shift of guards comes in. That's their patrol schedule.
How do you know it?
Crap, another one!
Oh god.
Okay, the coast is clear.
It's flasks.
Jeez, another one!
Oh, mucker. We're not gonna find it in time. Monka shake.
I gotta say, I'm pretty pumped right now.
Don't shout. Don't shout that. The guard is still near. Oh my gosh, I'm pretty fucking pumped right now. Jesus. I've clicked on everything.
Oh, come on, again?
He loves shouting while stealthing. It's a bit unfortunate.
Okay, let's go.
Saving death for guards. That has to be the only reason we're not caught yet. With the hiss of shouting.
Crap, another one! Okay, the coast is clear.
Running out of time here.
Jeez, another one!
Jeez, another one.
I gotta say,
Pretty pumped right now. Has it not been 5 minutes yet?
oh, come on!
Jesus.
Okay, let's go.
There ain't nothing here on this table.
This is a journal or research log.
Okay, let's go.
Researchers must have left it.
Just get
But
done
it's
hiding.
locked, right? Indeed. In that case,
Picked up the log journal. Hey, Leon, could you lockpick this? I handed Leon the journal.
What's this?
I found it earlier, but it's locked.
Okay, let me see. Huh, easy. Got it open.
He handed it back to me and I opened it up. Take a photo of the journal kept by one of the researchers. First part was mostly complaining about the bosses. Then there was a section about which of the girls working there was the hardest. Momoka won, by the way. None of that interested me, so I flipped through the pages. Halfway through, I found a disturbing entry.
I've heard tons of rumors regarding Chikara Horodori, ever since I started here. He locks the place up every night by himself. And then, he gets up to something. Could he be tampering with the experimental data? Could he be licking Momoka's keyboard and chair?
Oh my god.
Ew! That would be like we were indirectly kissing!
Huh?
Screw that pervert!
That's when I got the idea to leave my phone behind one night and record everything. The next morning, I checked the video, but Chikara wasn't on it. Actually, the only thing I recorded was some strange sound that kept repeating. The melody went something like this. Fa mi mi re ti la mi so. What could that be?
Are we Christian?
Fa mi mi re ti la.
Is that another code?
So? Those must be the notes of the recorded sound.
Oh.
This alone does not help us.
Hey, can you come over here?
What's going on?
It looked like the ankle on this statue moved, so I tried turning it around, and I found these buttons.
Is this a keypad for a pin code?
But there are only 7 buttons.
Try pressing all 7 buttons in order. And then... Oh no.
I see. Each button plays a different note.
They have to play that song on the
I don't think
keypad?
that was in order. In any case, the sequence we must enter is obvious. Go ahead, Mizuki.
Wait, but can I hear it again? Check diary. There are 8 notes in the journal. Oh, good luck. Hold on. Take a picture of it. It's hard to hear it when the fucking background music's blasting in the back too. Oh, okay, so it says it. Me. Thank God it says it. Fa mi riti la miso. Riti la miso. Riti la miso. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
There it is. Leon, look, the hidden passage.
Stop yelling. Exactly.
Wow, you'll hear us.
Guess it's more like a staircase than a passageway.
I mean, technically it's a passageway.
This below-ground area is covered in tungsten. That is why the X-ray did not reveal anything.
Right, let's get moving.
I can't tell anyone to shows though. Yeah, when he was yelling the whole time. Hide! Oh, I'm fucking pumped right now. The door.
It's locked.
Guess this is where I come in.
Oh my God, there he goes shouting again.
Yeah, it's open.
Amazing, Leon!
Jesus.
I said don't be so loud.
Oh
Leon,
my God.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What horrors await us behind the door? What horrors? Shut up the fucking shouting. Oh my God. What's all this?
This is...
What is it? Oh my God. The expensive spirit, Mizuki chapter 3. Adrian's use genetics.
What is this?
What is this place?
I don't see anything at first glance, but something is up.
We should search this place.
Huh?
What is it?
I thought I heard something. Leon, did you hear anything?
No? Nothing.
He's too busy
I think we're
shouting.
just hearing things.
Besides you two, I detect no biological life here.
It's a rat.
I do not detect anything on the stairs either.
Okay, guess it's fine then. Sorry for spooking you. Let's search the room.
Yes, let us do the usual routine.
Let's do the usual routine. Falls asleep. She closed her eyes. Oh, we're doing VI in here?
Oh, Leon isn't here anymore.
Remember what I have explained previously. In this space, objects and individuals that are irrelevant are excluded from the recreation.
But even though I can't see him now, he's still in the room, in reality.
Correct. He is searching the area. Let us leave Leon alone for now. Focus on the investigation at hand.
Got it.
Virtual reality. No, you just want someone to talk to? Sure.
Worried about school?
That's right.
Relationships in school are troublesome.
I'm getting picked on.
I can see how that would be difficult. I would pursue different education. Your school is failing you.
Whoa.
Time spent among fools is time wasted. You should use your time more wisely. There are tons of other schools you can study for. Even if someone complains, you won't be seeing them again. There is no place in this world you need to be. Why not quit?
Aiba, what's tomorrow's weather like?
Thanks, Aiba.
Do not waste my batteries to ask something like that. Ask the AI in your smartphone.
He's got a point. Something even worse. Knowing Bosch, he was likely about to make a sex joke. Nano cable. A cable that is 1/1 million meters thin. 1 to 1 million meters thin. Same machine uses Sync, a goggle-esque device that uses a nano cable that goes between the eyeball and the orbit in order to reach the brain. After it reaches the brain, the cable spreads all over the roots of a plant, which allows the nanomachines to collect synapse information, which allows the Sync to go into the Sync subject SOMNIUM world. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's about covers it. If you're curious, that you should know more about the nitty-gritty details, so you can ask him. Well, this is the beginning of chapter 3. I think this is a good point to end it at, because it's 5 in the morning. It's almost been 7 hours. I'm getting pretty tired. Then we'll call that for tonight and continue tomorrow for day 8 of AYAYA April. What light novel genre might get popular? Isekai. It's like saying rice is going to be popular in Japan. Yeah, we're ending. That does it for today. But a little bit longer than an hour longer than I expected, because I think it's pretty intense here in the game. Then we also got stuck earlier in the puzzle, but yeah. Either way, my good progress. Tomorrow when we begin, we'll start off with this virtual reality and chapter 3 of Mizuki.